I'm Dr. David Bull. I'm chairman of Reform UK. I've had a very different backstory. I'm a medical doctor by training, and I've worked for 30 years in television. I've been involved in politics really for many years, but I became a Brexit Party MEP in 2019. I was then deputy leader of the party, and now I'm really proud to say I'm chairman of the party. And so I suppose my passion for politics has always been about fairness. This is about ensuring that people get access to healthcare, that we keep the NHS free at the point of need, but at the same time actually improve the service so people get really good outcomes, and so they are better than we are currently seeing, where we are falling far behind Europe. So for me, it's all about fairness, it's about putting British people first, it's about reinvigorating this great country and putting great back into Britain. I've been on a very long political journey. In 2019, I became a Brexit Party MEP, and one of the proudest moments of my life is voting for Brexit, carrying the Union flag out of the European Parliament. We got on the Eurostar, we took the Union flag back to where it belonged. It's extraordinary to be part of political history, I've no doubt about that. There's something inside that says this is a semblant moment in British history. This is the moment when politics changed for good. I've never felt anything quite like this. I know we're on a mission, I can feel it, I can sense it whenever I go outside and talk to people. People are desperate for change, they're tired of the two-party system, and they believe that Reform UK can deliver it, and we are going to prove them right. And the next step for us is to show the public that we are ready, we are competent, we are going to form the next party of government, and we are going to smash the political system. Britain needs reform.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the chairman of Reform UK, Dr. David Bull.
Good afternoon, Birmingham! Well, I'm Dr. David Bull. I am chairman of Reform UK. We are the fastest growing political party in this country and the fastest growing political party ever seen in British history. Now, just over a year ago, Nigel Farage announced his return to this party and frontline politics. Let me tell you, it was a move that has sent the woke left spiralling into chaos, disorder and division. Our mission is gathering pace. The British people are behind us. They know we will change this country, we will become the party of government, and we will make Britain great again. Now, the government is falling apart as we speak. Now, last week, the Prime Minister announced phase 2 of his government. How's that going, Keir? They are on the run from us, and ladies and gentlemen, Rayner has resigned. And let me tell you, one by one, we are taking every single one down. Well, a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm delighted to welcome everyone joining on our live stream from around the world, and of course our amazing audience here at the NEC in Birmingham for our Chairman's Conference. This year's conference, as you can see, is even bigger than last year. Over 10,000 passionate reformers will join us in this arena over the next 2 days. Every single one of them is determined to turn around this country's fate and to put the great back into Britain, aren't you? Now, since we met last year in this very city, we have seen a seismic shift in British politics. In the general election last year, we defied all expectations. We seized 14.3% of the vote, and we returned members of Parliament to Westminster for the very first time. So how are we polling now? Well, in Wales, we have had a stratospheric rise. We are currently polling at 28%. We are now on course to win a majority of seats, and ladies and gentlemen, we are poised to take control of the Senedd. We are determined to topple the smug, incompetent Welsh government. Let's turn to Scotland now, shall we? At Scotland, we are polling at 20%. We are climbing by the day. The Scots can see we are the only party that believes in the Union, the only party that can turn around the fortunes of the Scottish people, and the only party that can oust the abominable SNP from office. Now, when you look at the national picture, it tells an even better story. We are consistently polling above 30%. Yesterday, The Sun reported we are at 32%. Last week, though, we saw a major breakthrough. For the very first time, we polled 35%, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is more than the Tories and Labour combined. Now, it's a highly significant number because at that level, the arithmetic of parliamentary... Exactly. Then that would mean we would gain anything between 375 to 450 parliamentary seats. That would give us a working majority of between 50 and 125 seats. It would make Reform UK the party of government, and Nigel Farage would become the next British Prime Minister. Now, if that is correct, this is what the electoral map would look like. It really is amazing news. But there is some sad news, ladies and gentlemen. We would have to say goodbye, and we have already said goodbye, to 3 Homes Angela Rayner, a no-brainer. Also to go, Rachel from Accounts, who has never studied accountancy, she's out. My favourite, mad, moody Ed Miliband, he's out. And Rishi Sunak, James Cleverly, Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the opposition, would all go too, not that anyone would notice. And Starmer knows it. He knows he is about to be wiped off the map. So, to try and counter it, guess what he's done? He's turned his fire on Nigel. If you notice, he can't stop talking about Nigel. In the Commons, on television, at PMQs, he mentions him at every possible opportunity. There is no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, Keir Starmer has a man crush on Nigel. But make no mistake, this really is a serious time. This is a pivotal moment in British history. We are now predicting that the Tory party will face an existential crisis and will be all but wiped out, and Labour would return its worst results since 1931. Now, if you then add into the mix the threat to Labour from the new parties of the left, firstly, the party currently called very imaginatively, your party, led by Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana, or as I like to call them, Fruit and Nut. And then, if you add in the uber left-wing Green Party under the new leader, Zach Polanski, we will see the abject decimation of both monolithic mainstream historic parties. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the stakes could not be higher because this country is in terminal decline. This country has a government with no belief structure, no coherent policies, and frankly, no clue. Since the Labour Party came to power, it has wrecked Britain. Starmer has done more U-turns than a learner driver on a skid pan. Let's look at the winter fuel allowance for pensioners, the benefits bill, the inquiry into the grooming gangs. They have crippled everything that is great about this country. They have clobbered businesses. with the rise in employer national insurance from 13.8% to 15%. That has destroyed businesses, it's destroyed employment prospects, and it has forced the closure of many small companies. They have also clobbered the farmers. These are the very people we rely on to feed us. These are the people who give us security of food. It is unacceptable. Not one member of that cabinet understands farmers. Their insane ideological imposition of inheritance tax on farms worth over £1 million sounds the death knell for the custodians of our countryside. 70,000 farms are affected, and by the way, a third of farms actually make a loss. 80% of farmers fear for their future. And we've also heard of farmers committing suicide because they are so devastated. And not content with this, Labour has clobbered the fishing industry. It is unbelievable. Keir Starmer has given away the livelihoods of our fishing communities by signing away the rights to British fishing waters to the EU for the next 12 years, decimating fishing towns up and down this country, from Lowestoft to Hull to Peterhead. They have also clobbered hard-working families who often have 2 or 3 jobs to send their kids to private schools by adding VAT to school fees. Now, the government says, oh, it will bring in more money. The reality is far from that. Tens of thousands of kids have been dragged out of school mid-term and forced into the overburdened state system, by the way, a system they were already paying for. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, this is madness. It is ideology over pragmatism. And if that wasn't enough, they have given away sovereign British territory. They have given away the Chagos Islands against the wishes of the Chagosian people to Mauritius, a country that has never owned them. And then, to rub salt into the wounds, we're having to pay 35 billion quid to lease them back, to use them as a military base. It is utter insanity, would you not agree? 11,000 non-doms, these are people who live in other countries, but they choose to stay in the UK to create businesses, to run businesses, and to employ people, have left the country, taking their businesses and their jobs with them. And then we come to the biggest joker in the pack. That, of course, is Mad Ed Swivel-Eyed Miliband. We already have the highest energy costs in the developed world, and yet his obsession with net zero is going to cost us £800 billion. In fact, it may be as high as £3 trillion. In fact, it is such a large figure that no one can actually quantify it. Even though we only emit 1% of global emissions, he is going to rip up our countryside, destroying it with pylons, with substations, wishes of local communities, like in Suffolk, where I live. The unions are on the march as well. The unions know this government is weak. Starmer has already given away 10 billion quid of pay rises to try and keep the unions sweet, and yet they come back for more. We are now bracing ourselves for a winter of discontent. He gave the railway workers 15% the minute he entered office. He gave the junior doctors, resident doctors, a 22% pay rise, another 5% on the table, and yet they have come back for more, demanding another 28%, bringing that total to 55%. You tell me any job in the private sector that could command that kind of pay increase. And then there is Rachel from Accounts. This is the Chancellor who has no grasp of economics and, quite frankly, no clue. She hounded us for £40 billion, but she's made such a hash of things, she's coming back for another 50 billion quid. The cost of government gilts is now higher than under Liz Truss. The cost of Britain's borrowing is now at its highest level since 1998. That is 27 years. The markets are spooked, the pound is falling, and inflation is rising. And make no mistake, She is coming for your money because this country, the United Kingdom, is heading for economic meltdown. It is the same old Labour story. And then we come to illegal immigration. The government has lost control of our borders and our national security. We believe there are over 1 million people in this country who do not have the right to remain. Under a Reform UK government, our policy is simple, 3 words: detain and deport. It's very, very simple. If you come here illegally, you will not be able to claim asylum. You will not receive benefits. You will not have hotel accommodation, and you will not have day trips to the zoo. You will be detained and you will be deported. And to do that, we will leave the ECHR. We will tear up the Human Rights Act. We will replace it and make sure the British people are first by replacing that with a British Bill of Rights. And I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, and you will agree with me, the people of this great country have had enough. And you can see that with 3,000 protests that have taken place across this country this year. And what is the government's answer to all of this? Well, it's to trample on your rights. They are creating a dystopian society, a police surveillance state with the introduction of digital IDs, visual recognition technology in supermarkets, and they want to arrest anyone who dares to speak out on social media. Make no mistake, the only answer, ladies and gentlemen, the only answer to Britain's many problems is to vote for Reform UK. Now, I've been chairman of this great party for 3 months, and we have been readying ourselves to fight local, mayoral, and in time, a general election. And together, we are taking the next step. As many of you know, I've been touring the country. I have been already to Edinburgh, to Sunderland, Cumbria, Cheshire, Warwickshire, Gloucestershire, Cornwall, Clacton, Ipswich, Surrey, Berkshire, Hull, Doncaster, and Cwmbran. And I have had the great pleasure of meeting many, many thousands of you, our amazing members and supporters. I've seen between 4,000 and 5,000 of you already in 3 months. And in that time, we have also broadened our electoral base. Let me just explain this to you. We really are in uncharted political waters. So on the doorstep, when people say, who is voting for you? Here's the answer. Half of Labour's voters are now backing us. 40% of our voters did not go to university. And contrary to many accusations, 60% of our voters are under the age of 50. They are young reformers. Now, in my tenure as chairman, building on my 30 years of experience in television, we've built our own TV studios at Reform HQ in Westminster to ensure we get our message across to millions of British voters by bypassing traditional media outlets. We've also built a purpose-built press room to facilitate our press conferences. When I took over, I promised you that I would democratise the party, and we have done just that. We invited our members to apply to join the board of the party. I then hosted the live hustings event from HQ, and all of you voted for 3 members to join that party board. And we held our first board meeting on Monday of this week. This week, we also opened our call centre to provide our members with a dedicated membership hotline and advisors on hand to help you make the most of your membership. And let me just explain to you, our membership is growing exponentially. Last year, in this very city, we had 76,000 members. Today, we have 240,000 members. And let me tell you, the work continues. Over the last few months, Reform UK has been developing a state-of-the-art digital infrastructure. And here at conference, I'm thrilled to announce the launch of our sophisticated, bespoke, AI-powered central operating system, which powers the party's entire back office and also the campaign ecosystem. It has been purpose-built for political operations. And what it does is it brings together all of the party's campaigning, financial, communications, compliance, and operational tools used by HQ and also, crucially for me, used by over 400 active branches. In other really exciting news, we're also launching our new app. It is called Reform Go. It is an app built for you, our members. It is tailored to connect, engage, and involve all of you, our members, our amazing, passionate members across the country. Members will be able to see their membership details, receive notifications regarding events, volunteering, campaigns, and you can also access a social feed updated by Reform UK. And to unify our digital offering, we're also launching our new Reform UK website. That is our public-facing hub that enables seamless access to membership to events, donations, our shop, and campaigns. Let me just say from the bottom of my heart, I am so proud of what the team has accomplished. I'm so excited for our members to start using what we have built. Both our IT infrastructure and Reform Go will continue to evolve, and we will offer new features and functionality as we progress. What I can tell you, this digital offering proves that not only is Reform UK the most popular political party in the country, we are also the most advanced, high-tech political party in Britain, and that is worth a round of applause. Make no mistake, Reform UK is professionalising. We're driving forward, and we are determined. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, the fight is here. The fight and the battle is underway. We are ready to fight, we are ready to win, we are ready to become the party of government, and we will put Nigel Farage into number 10 Downing Street. He will be the next British Prime Minister. Now, I'm so delighted that all of you have made the journey here to Birmingham, and this is an amazingly huge conference. In fact, it's such a huge conference, I wanted to bring in one of Britain's brightest TV presenters to help me. Sadly, I couldn't find one, so I called my old mate, my old colleague from Talk TV, a man I've shared many intimate on-screen moments with. I'm delighted to say he has agreed to help me out. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my co-host for this conference. It's Jeremy Kyle.
DB, are you dropped some? DB, good job, good speech.
Thank you.
You all right, you lot? Come on, bit louder, you all right? Can I just say, intimate personal moments or private or business ones? What did you say?
Let's keep it between us.
All right, really? Here's the thing. Thank you for inviting me. I imagine most people here would assume that when you go to a party sort of conference, you sit there for 4 hours like, oh, God, another speech. Today will be different. Reform wants to find out what the people have spent their hard-earned money coming here to understand what it's all about. And we want to speak. I'm going to grab this man straight away. Pete didn't expect this. How are you? What's that say? Burton and you Toxiner. Peter, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Come a long way. Both days or just today?
Both days.
Brave. Just genuinely, what did you expect? What do you want? Why are you here? Why is this so important for you, pal?
Well, I heard a lot of things like on TikTok and the news and everything. I wanted to come and hear for myself, directly from the people, what's new and what's going to happen.
What do you think of the state of this country right now?
I think it's in a complete mess, to be honest with you.
And do you think the reform and what you heard David say then is the answer?
Well, they better do, after all of this.
You're on notice, Bull. You better be right. I feel like, do you know, I feel like Challenge Annika without the yellow suit. Right, where are we going to go? We're going to grab. Look at all these terrified-looking people. Where's my man? Oh, let's go for him. What's your name, sir?
Richard.
Where are you from?
I'm from down in deepest, darkest Sussex.
You didn't really know where you came from, then. It's quite funny. Brilliant, doesn't know where he's lived.
Early to drive up here, that's right.
Both days or just one?
Both days.
And for you, similar question. You look around this hall at the NEC, you feel the vibe, you feel the passion amongst these people. What does it mean for you?
It's more for my kids and their kids. I mean, we just want to help put the country back on the right path, and the energy is phenomenal.
I think that's a really important point. I think that lots of people of a certain age are looking at the future for their kids and their grandkids, right?
Yeah. Well, I think, people work hard all their lives. You want a country that respects that hard work and lets people keep their money, and at the moment, you just haven't got that.
Who knew? This is brilliant. Who are we going to now? I've lost the will to live. Here he is, this lady. I'm going to sit down. Been a while since I sat on a step in a blue suit with a white shirt. Wow. All right, let's start. Here we go. Jacqueline.
Yes.
Where are you from?
Swindon.
Swindon.
Sorry.
That's an interesting place.
It's average town, and I.
Well, don't slag it off that much, Swindon. What's good about Swindon?
It's
Right. Anyway, so in terms of today, in terms of reform, you're here to see all the speakers. Nigel later, David Bull laying out what this party thinks going forward. What did you make of that speech?
Yes, it's great. Yeah.
Well done, David. I'd just like to point out that David Bull has been sweating blood for about 3 months. He was up all night shaking like a whatever. And Jackie's gone, it's great.
What I'd like to say is that I'm from an average town. I'm an average person. I've been to work all my life. I've brought up 2 children. And I see what's happening, and I don't like it. And these guys have given us hope. They've given us something to aim for. And that's why I'm here.
Absolutely. And somebody said to me the other day that when the silent majority, that when silent people who don't think that their voice is important realise they can be heard, the world can change. Really good. Give Jackie a round of applause. No, hold on a second. What are we doing here? Oh, my. Oh, go back there. You can't. Why are you doing that? Do you not want to be on? You're not moving. Get back there. Nigel's Angels. Come on. Sit. Look at this. Stand up, ladies, modelling the Nigel Farage Reform shirt. Oh. All right.
All right.
Where you come from, love?
Doncaster.
Doncaster. Had a car crash there once. So here for 2 days?
Didn't use A&E.
Sorry?
Didn't use Doncaster A&E.
You're not starting, are you? What's your name?
Rebecca.
Rebecca, lovely to see you. What's your name?
Jackie.
Jackie, another Jackie. It's quite a common name, you know. What's your name?
Rachel.
Rachel, lovely to see you. Not Rachel from accounts. Is it only me who thinks Rachel Reeves looks like Richard III? What?
I can add up just.
Right, brilliant. So all of you come today. What does it mean? What's this Reform Conference about from your point of view?
I just want change for my children and bring them up in a better environment and make them proud of the country that they live in.
I think a lot of people would think, what about you?
Well, we're the friendly, confident and optimistic party. And I'll go as far as to say we're happy. We love being together. We like being here amongst like-minded people because we're all common sense people that just want a nice life and a future for the kids.
True. Oh, sorry, I'm being told. Sorry, I do apologise. I'm being waved at. I like being waved at. Does that mean I'm out of time? No, who am I looking at now? Oh, hold on, I'm being told to wait. David, I can do this, I'm live, it doesn't matter. So listen, throughout this conference, you will have the joy of me trying to come and talk to you, but we do want to make it slightly different, as I said, because so many of those conferences are just based on people sitting there and looking at speeches. There will be an amazing array of speeches, but there will be an opportunity for you guys to ask questions and touch the flesh and be near the people who will have a major impact in the future. I'll pass you back to the legend that is called Dr. David Bull, ladies and gentlemen.
Lovely stuff. The man of the people, Jeremy Kyle. Thank you very much. We'll hear much more from Jeremy later today. Now, though, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hear from our first speaker. She's been Mayor of Greater Lincolnshire since May of this year. She's one of 2 Reform mayors. She also sits on the new board of Reform UK that I told you about earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, I am, of course, talking about the incomparable Dame Andrea Jenkins. Now, before we meet her, let's see her story.
I'm Andrea. I was a Member of Parliament for 9 years. I stood against Ed Balls and unseated him in Morning and Outward. I even stood up in the chamber in the House of Commons and told Theresa May to resign.
Isn't it time to step aside and let someone new lead our party, our country and the negotiations?
Really, my entrance into politics was here in the great county of Lincolnshire. I was a county councillor and I sort of fell into politics actually after the death of my father. He used to say it's not where you come from in life, but it's what you do in life that matters. And my siblings and I, we always believe that. You know, it's what you invest in life, in the community and in the country actually. There's 3 key policies that I'm focusing on. The whole skills agenda. Lincolnshire's been a bit of a brain drain where we see our young people educated and they leave the great county. We've got to future-proof our great economy, make sure that our children have got these skills, the tech skills, and also to be able to compete on the global stage. I'd like to retain the talent in Lincolnshire. And thirdly, I want to ensure that every penny of taxpayers' money, of your money, is well spent. We've seen that Britain is broken. Not only do we have an incompetent Chancellor who cannot manage the economy, we have a 2-tier policing system, we haven't created the environment in Britain for businesses to thrive. Reform will make sure that your children are taught properly, you're safe in your home, and that our country can be the best possible. Britain is broken and Britain needs reform.
Please welcome to the stage Reform UK Mayor of Greater Lincolnshire, Dame Andrea Jenkins.
I'm an insomniac, staring at the ceiling, waiting for my thoughts to switch off. Yes, I'm an insomniac, and all I can hear is the sound of that clock, the sound of that clock. I'm an insomniac, yeah, I'm an
Reformers, welcome to conference. Now, is this god-awful Labour government giving you sleepless nights and insomnia too? Now, you're probably wondering why the sequin jumpsuit and why these ridiculously high heels that I can hardly walk in. Now, no, I'm not auditioning to be a Ginger Spice tribute act. But let me tell you a little story. Now, I co-wrote this song over 20 years ago with a now dearly departed friend, God bless him. At the time, I was in a rock band, and I was always a bit of a rebel. Then I became a Conservative MP, and I dressed more demure, though the rebel was still bubbling away under the surface. Now, as you may have seen when I was outside Downing Street, or calling for Theresa May and Rishi Sunak to resign when there was ruining our country, just like this god-awful Labour government's doing this now. Now, whilst I was a Tory, I attended Reform's Party conference here last year under the guise of a press pass, as I wanted to see for myself, what was this? What was this reform movement that destroyed the Conservatives in last year's election? What was it all about? Ladies and gentlemen, I too was caught by the reform wave. I too experienced that magic, the uniqueness that is reform. And at last, I am home. So I join the party of the brave. Now I join because of you, Nigel, because you will save Britain. Now you in the audience are the true believers of Britain, and the rock chick is firmly back. But seriously, we are at this pivotal moment in our nation's history where we find our voice and we fight to save Britain. We have seen across our country an outpouring as our flags fly high from households to lampposts. The British people are demanding to be heard. They are sick of the Labour government. They feel let down by the previous Conservative government, and they are fed up of being back of the queue. Are you fed up too? Now, I proudly wear our country's flag because reform is your voice. We are a nation of insomniacs as Britain is sleepwalking into disaster. But reform is waking up the establishment. So reformers, it's time to unleash our inner Britpop. It's time to unleash the spirit of the British and get to work on saving our country. Now, this is what this conference is really about. Reform, the next step, is so important. Now, it's all time now for all of you to roll up your sleeves and let's get on with halting the decline of our once great nation. Now, in May, I was proud to be elected to become Reform's first mayor of Greater Lincolnshire. And I am also proud that the fantastic Luke, the boxer, was elected too as your mayor of Hull and East Yorkshire. Now, you'll hear from him tomorrow at conference. I'm responsible for 1.1 million people. And I have the responsibility of transport, infrastructure, investment, skills, and housing. And I have a plan. It's a reform blueprint. And I'm creating a microcosm of what reform can do in government. Now, I take this responsibility seriously. And I will deliver my promises to the people of Lincolnshire. Now, Greater Lincolnshire is a strategic national asset. We feed the nation. We are the food valley of the UK. And we supply 70% of the UK's seafood, 29% of vegetables, 16% of poultry, and generated 2.7 billion in agri-food output in 2023. Now, my focus is on innovation potential. My plan is to be world-leading in food chain automation, digital agriculture, and agri-tech. And we are well-positioned to support the UK's ambition to become a science superpower and drive growth in our country and county. Now, agriculture, ag-tech, defence and security, advanced manufacturing, and digital coding, I am committed to also delivering one of our nation's best trade colleges, where our young people can learn building, plumbing, welding, and other trades that are the backbone to rebuild our nation. But Lincolnshire is also renowned for our heroic bomber command. And to honour this, I'm currently working on plans to deliver the UK's first veteran village. They fought for us, and reform will deliver for them. I am also working on plans to help in protecting our nation and bring together our defence heritage and our future. We plan to unlock the former RAF Scampton, and don't forget the Tories wanted to put migrants in there, and turn it into the most globally innovative, cutting-edge defence and security innovation park. It will be home to a rapidly growing defence cluster, collaborating with the University of Lincoln and industry to develop mission-critical digital technologies. It will protect our nation, and we will have high-speed decision-making in defence operations here in the county of Lincolnshire. Now, together we are committed to work with stakeholders to make this happen. Now, in my growth plan, I aim to power the digital economy. We are well positioned with over 1,400 digital businesses across telecom, software, marketing and aerospace. And the sector's valued at £992 million. That's just in one county alone. You see, Greater Lincolnshire is not just a rural region. We are a strategic national asset, and Reform are going to make the most of this. With Reform leadership, investment and recognition, the county will finally get recognised, and we will deliver transformative outcomes for Britain. Now, on the 22nd of October, put the date in your diary, you're welcome to come along, is my great exhibition. Now, I'm taking inspiration from the Great Exhibition of 1851. It was held during the Industrial Revolution that propelled Victorian Britain to be the greatest superpower of the time. Those were the days, weren't they? Now, my aim is to superpower our economy, shine a light on our amazing county and all that we have to offer. We are truly world-leading in some key industry sectors and have extraordinary potential for investment and innovation. So please join us and see some of the most innovative technologies in the UK. You will meet business, industry, some well-known speakers, some that you know very well. Embassies are exhibiting, and ambassadors will be keynote speakers. Whilst this awful Labour government is damaging our economy and driving away business, myself as your Reform Mayor and Reform are determined to become a beacon of light and hope for industry and demonstrate that we in Lincolnshire, we're open for business. Next month, I'll also hold my first Transport for Greater Lincolnshire meeting. Unlike Sadiq Khan's, which is full of diversity officers, there'll be none on ours. Ours will be a strategic working group of decision makers and stakeholders that is finally committed to delivering transport and infrastructure to get Lincolnshire moving. Now, the county has been badly let down by the former Conservative government, and you know, historically, it's received 20% less transport funding than other areas. And this current Labour government, in their recent rounds of transport funding, have bypassed both Luke and I and our areas, but instead chose to give the funding to the Labour Metro mayors. How about booing? But we at Reform, we do care. We are fighting for you. Now, I just want to touch briefly, before I finish, on Mad Ed Miliband, the net zero fanatic. Now, Lincolnshire has become a dumping ground for Miliband's net zero, with application to build 40,000 acres of solar farms on prime agricultural land. Now, Richard Tice and I, we are fighting this, and we recently launched a campaign to push back. We say no to net zero, no to solar farms, and no to pylons desecrating our countryside. We've also been working together to try and save Lindsey Oil Refinery. Now, do you know this is the last British-owned oil refinery in Britain? It's strategically important, and it has a direct oil line to Heathrow. We must save Lindsey Oil Refinery, and we must drill, baby, drill. But Labour, in their net zero hysteria, doesn't care about oil and gas. But we do. And as President Trump said recently, North Sea oil is a treasure chest for Britain, and how Britain has essentially told drillers that we don't want you. Donald is wise, and Reform will not make that mistake. We value oil and gas industries, and we know that they are essential for Britain's energy security and to fuel our nation. So drill, baby, drill. Now, I am also listening. I recently wrote to the council leaders across the whole of Lincolnshire, expressing my concern at a recent newspaper report. Do you know that some of our towns are being pitched to become sanctuary cities for migrants? You know the type, freebies for migrants. But we at Reform say no freebies. We say no to housing migrants in taxpayer-funded hotels. And well done to you British people for fighting back on this. Now, I'm incredibly proud of both Nigel and Zia for their press conference last week. I hope you tuned in, it was amazing. Reform, you've got to admit, Reform has the strongest, most workable plan in Britain. And when we get into government, we will stop the boats. Over the next 2 days, you'll get a taste of what Reform has in store for Britain. But please, I urge you, don't stop there. Get involved. Deliver leaflets, campaign, raise funds for our election war chest. And importantly, tell every person that you encounter about the Reform magic, about how Nigel and Reform are our last chance to truly save Britannia. So, fellow reformers, patriots and believers in Britain, I ask you to please stand up. Be proud to be in the party of the brave. And please repeat after me that Nigel will be Prime Minister. Nigel will be Prime Minister! And we will save Britain. Reform will save Britain! Thank you and have a fantastic conference. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Andrea. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in a change to the programme. Before we move on, in light of the breaking news reaching us this lunchtime from Westminster, that, of course, is the resignation of the Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner. At a time of national political crisis, it is only right and proper that we hear from our leader, the man who has already, ladies and gentlemen, changed British politics for good, and he's about to do it again.
We have a chance of doing something really historic.
I came back into politics on the 3rd of June last year because I believe that our country has to be turned around. Because I said that we would get millions of votes. Reform is now in government. And the big shout-out message, and it's very, very clear, is if you vote Reform, you get Reform.
We have the conviction, the love of country, the courage to stand up and say, we are proud of our country. We are proud of its history. We will stand up and defend that to anybody.
Reform is now topping a national poll.
I've had some great successes in life. I've had plenty of failures. But what I bring to this now is experience. What I bring to this now is passion. I'm not afraid of anything. I believe that Reform represents a silent majority in Britain. And when it comes to country, of what a nation is, this is where I do personally want to confront the Prime Minister head on.
There's nobody on these issues of sovereignty, on these issues of national self-interest, there is nobody more determined than me.
Can we make history? Are you going to be part of it? Thank you very, very much indeed. We are all ships rising on a turquoise tide, headed ever closer towards winning the next general election. It's been a day of some considerable news. It seems that female politicians are all the rage at the moment. We had our own very positive announcement overnight, of which you will hear more. But the reason that I've moved this speaking time forward is because this government is deep in crisis. Not only have they fallen into deep popularity within just a year of winning the general election, but it's become clear to all of us that it is a cabinet of wholly unqualified people to run our country. They are not fit to govern. I suppose we're lucky in one way that at least the Chancellor was a senior economist at the Bank of England for 10 years. And that the business secretary is a fully qualified solicitor. And that the deputy prime minister and housing secretary, until half an hour ago, is an accomplished property developer and speculator. But you simply can't get away, can you, from being the housing secretary and avoiding £40,000 of council tax. And it screams to entitlement. It screams to a government that, despite all the promises that this would be a new, different kind of politics, is as bad, if not worse, than the one that went before. We've been told that right now the Prime Minister is organising a reshuffle. Yet another reset. And that the names of the new cabinet will come out later on this afternoon. Well, I didn't want the Prime Minister to do anything to spoil our conference. And that's why I've come on the stage now to say they are not fit to govern. The Conservative Party are riven. In fact, Nadine Dorries said overnight, the Conservative Party are dead. deservedly so. Deservedly so. And they will not be forgiven. They will not be forgiven for their betrayals over the course of the last 5 years. Mass migrations, illegal immigrants crossing the channel, sky-high taxes, and much else. But in the middle of this meltdown of these two parties that have dominated for 100 years British politics, in the middle of all of this, there is a new, strong, unified party that speaks with one voice, that knows it's determined to put the interests of Britain and the British people above that of outdated international treaties or dubious courts. We are the patriotic party. We are the party that stands up for decent working people, and we are the party on the rise. Just think, I stood before you this time last year. At this very conference, we only had a handful of branches around the country. We now have 450 branches that we've set in place. As we entered the general election of 2024, we had 30,000 paid-up members. In the last hour, we've gone through 240,000 members. This time last year, we had very few councillors. Now we have over 900, and I've got to tell you, last year I said to all of you, May the 1st is coming. Volunteer to stand in the county elections. And even though the government cancelled the elections in 9 of the counties that we would have won, we still won outright 10 county councils and became the largest party in 3 others. Unbelievable. And I'll be honest with you, as I toured round the country on May the 2nd, I frankly myself couldn't believe just how well we'd done. Couldn't believe the extent to which we'd caught the mood. And the real icing on the cake, and it may only have been by 6 votes, but never let anyone tell you ever again that my vote doesn't count, because it does. And we got Sarah Pochin elected in the Runcorn by-election. We have topped over 100 of the last opinion polls. Our lead is between 10 and 15% against any of the other parties. And I tell you what, given the state of chaos they're in, I think we can increase that lead further yet. Folks, it's happening. Now the next step is going to be even bigger. Scottish Parliament elections, Welsh Senate elections, and indeed a by-election that will take place in Wales next month. All 32 London boroughs will be up for election, and we will take that seriously as we get ready to have a mayoral candidate so that we can beat Sadiq Khan next time round. We're going to need up to 5,000 vetted candidates to fight those elections next year. Those elections next year are an essential building block as we head towards a general election. Now, talking of the general election, it's supposed to be in, I know you want it now, but it's not going to come now. The next general election is not due until 2029. But let me tell you, it's all right, I'll cheer you up in a moment. Angela Rayner going, not just as Housing Secretary, but also as elected Deputy Leader of the Labour Party and Deputy Prime Minister, means there will be an internal election in the Labour Party. Already, they're facing the threat of Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana. That's if the two could ever agree on anything, including the choice of a party name. But I put this to you. This battle for Deputy Leader of the Labour Party will be very like the battles they had back in the early 1980s. The left of the Labour Party will rear its voice. We're used to hearing stories of splits in the Conservative Party. We're about to witness a big rift in the Labour Party too. And I think if there is one really big message from me to this conference, I don't think, and the bond markets back me up, and the leftward drift backs me up, and before long, there'll be Labour MPs that reckon they've got a better chance on the Jeremy Corbyn sectarian ticket, because frankly, folks, that's what's going on in our country. We have sectarian politics emerging. I loathe it. But there'll come a point when many MPs, Labour MPs, think they've got a better chance of being re-elected under that ticket, under Corbyn, than they do under Sir Keir. I think there is every chance now of a general election happening in 2027, and we must be ready for that moment. Now, we also as a party have to raise a lot of money, and we're making progress. Our Treasurer, Charlton Edwards, and his team doing a great job. Our Honorary Treasurer, Nick Candy, has personally already put in over £500,000 of his own money. Nick, we thank you for that. But I want you two in the branches to go out and work and raise money, to volunteer to be candidates, to deliver leaflets, to knock on doors. We need to be the party of activism. And I think all of us believe, don't we, in what we're doing? So we must all play our part and do our bit. But one of the counter-arguments, well, there are two. One is it a one-man band? I went to the football shirt stand earlier, and there you've got 11 names. Jenkyns, Tice, Pochin, and so on. 11 of our most senior elected representatives. And I stood in the middle and held up the shirt that said Farage, and the BBC asked me, am I a one-man band? I said, look at this lot behind me. And one of the joys of this year has been seeing so many other senior reform figures appearing on television, appearing on radio, writing articles for newspapers. We've broadened the scope, and fresh new people are coming in. People like Colin Sutton, the legendary detective, heading up our Police and Crime Commission. People like Vanessa Frake, the toughest prison governor in the country. And many more talented people will come, and I don't believe that all governments have to be MPs in the House of Commons. That's the convention, but it doesn't work, does it? You appoint people to be a rail minister, an education secretary who have no knowledge of the department they're supposed to run. And we will bring in a ministry of all the talents from all walks of life, and to hell with convention. But that brings me on to the other argument, where I will admit we have some weakness. And that is that none of our senior figures have ever been in government before. Oh, we're beginning to see already, through the county councils that we run, certain obstructions from the civil service being put in our way. And I imagine if we win the next election, we may face similar barriers to the kinds of real change that this country needs. So we need experienced people. We need people who have been in government. We need people who understand just how the system works and what the difficulties are. We need people with experience. And that is why, after a lengthy debate and consultation, that is why I'm pleased to welcome today to the stage a woman who was served in Cabinet as Culture Secretary, a woman who has sold 3.5 million books, a woman who has been on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Somebody from the real world who's worked their way up, been incredibly successful, who actually crosses the boundaries from politician into celebrity. And I'm delighted that we're going to have the experience, the talent, the hard work, and the loyalty of Nadine Dorries, and I'm proud to welcome her onto the stage now.
Well, that's the most dramatic entrance I've ever made into a room, ever. Thank you for that, guys. Everyone, I want to say I am more than delighted to be amongst you today. I'm actually relieved. And the reason why I'm relieved is I feel for the first time in a number of years as though I'm at a conference and amongst people who share the same principles and values as I have always held. And I can feel it in this room, the energy and the excitement and the acknowledgement that there is a job to be done. I want to thank Nigel for that introduction, and I want to thank everybody at Reform for bringing the party to this point. The reason why, and I'm going to deliver probably a slightly more serious message, the reason why is this government is in deep and serious trouble. It is falling apart. It is dividing and fracturing. The Conservative Party did that a number of years ago. But it's not just our political parties which are in trouble. It's the country too. And just as an example of this, if you look at our economy, everything that should be going down is going up. Whether it's taxes, unemployment figures, inflation, the number of illegal immigrants who are crossing the safe continent of Europe and leaving the shores of France to arrive on our shores, everything is going up. But the most important figure, which is rising, is the interest on our government debt. Now, what does that mean? It means that the international economic community are looking at us, and they have decided that this government cannot manage the economy. It has no faith in this government to reduce public spending. And that was evidenced to us a number of weeks ago when Labour MPs refused to put through cuts to the welfare bill. And when a government shows that it can't manage its economy, and when what is happening to the Labour Party, quite obviously now, it's fracturing and dividing into two, the far left and the left. Some of us have been here before, haven't we? Some of us are still, I'm sure some members in this audience must be as old as I am, and we're here in the 70s when we've been through this before. We know where this road leads to. So we're in deep trouble, and we can't look to either of the main political parties up till now, Labour and Conservatives, to save the country. Now, I think it's an overused expression that the next general election is going to be the most important. We say at every election, it's almost like Peter and the wolf. But for this election coming up, it really is going to be the most important ever. Because when Labour When Labour divide, as they are doing, when Corbyn takes off the left, when they unite with the pro-Gaza independents and the new left-wing firebrand leader of the Green Party, and the ragtags and bobtails who will stand as independents during the next general election, and maybe even the Liberal Democrats, we're going to go into an election with two left-wing parties. And what we might face going forward is worse than we've got today. That's why Nigel, his team, Richard and others, the Reform Party is the party of the moment. Because Reform are going to do things differently, because what we know is the way the Conservative Party have done it over the past few years. And to any Conservative Party members who are watching this today and thinking of joining Reform, the Conservative Party do not deserve your loyalty. Support Reform. Do the right thing. Frankly, any party which removes two election-winning prime ministers, replaces them with dud after dud, just does not deserve your support. Nigel has got the answers. All summer, I've been debating, what do I do? And I have watched Nigel time after time, issue after issue, whether it's been law and order, whether it's been illegal immigrants arriving on boats, risking their lives on boats to get here, you know, cross to the UK, leave the safe shores of France, get fed, get housed, check into a premier hotel, and never be deported. And why wouldn't they come here? They never get deported. Huge, huge cost to our public services. I've looked at Nigel and he has had the answers. His response to the immigrant crisis is just comprehensive. It's not only will it solve the problem of removing people, it will act as the most effective deterrent to others wanting to come that we've ever seen yet. And we know that's the case because it worked with Rwanda. When Rwanda was being put forward and mooted as a plan, the Conservative Party had a way. Its Conservative MPs just didn't have the will, because 2/3 of them are wets and are to the left of the Conservative Party, and they were never going to make it work. And in case you don't know, the majority of Conservative MPs will never support leaving the ECHR. So if you think the Conservative Party was divided and it might get its act together for the future, do not be convinced. It will not. Nobody knows how that party works better than I do. It will tell you a tale, it will tell you a story, but it will not walk the walk and it will not deliver. And I suppose I want to finish by saying this. Loyalty in a political party is everything, whether it's from its members or from its MPs or its councillors. The reason why Labour are falling apart, the reason why the Conservative Party fell apart, is because when they come to be tested, as we saw recently with Keir Starmer having to make a number of U-turns because his MPs won't support him, as we saw in the Conservative Party, divided parties don't win election, and when a party has disloyal MPs, and I know something about this, you know, I was the architect, the person who made the Posh Boys comment. I know what it's like to be disloyal. I've been around for 30 years, I learned the error of my ways, but the one thing I know now is, moving forward, what is important is saving our country. And the only way we can do that is with a party which is united behind its leader, united behind the aims and objectives of that party, and solidly foursquare behind what that party wants to achieve moving forward. It is the only way to do it. So I'm going to finish now. I'm sorry, apologies if I wasn't the person to pump up the audience. I came with the more serious message, but it's important.
She was wonderful, wasn't she?
Thank you. Shall I go now?
Very good. And to all of you watching on live stream, and I know there's a massive audience out there, listen to what Nadine just had to say. Again and again at elections, they talk the talk, they never walk the walk. But we mean what we say, and we will deliver that promise I make you. Now, Nadine is right. Our country is in a very bad place. It's a mixture between anger and despair. Is it any wonder that the protests have sprung up outside the hotels? We are in economic decline. We are in societal breakdown with law and order. We are in cultural decline. It's as if our leaders have forgotten who we were. And when we want to question it, now they will do everything they can to crush free speech online. We are not going to have this. Our country is without doubt in the most dangerous place it's been in my lifetime. And we are, and I get this in the street from people point at me and say, you are the last chance we've got to get this country back on track. We are the last chance the country's got to get this country back on track. And that is why, let's make Britain great again. I've heard that phrase somewhere else before, but I agree with it. And that is why, talking of flags, that is why spontaneously across the country, there's barely a lamppost now that doesn't have the Cross of St. George or the Union Jack. And we love it. What is going on out there is the British people are sticking two fingers up with every flag they place to an establishment that doesn't believe in Britain, to an establishment that thinks more of the interests of other countries and foreign courts than it thinks about its own people. And those flags say, we have had enough. And we will, and we're determined, we will make Britain safer again, beginning with zero tolerance policing. If you shoplift, you will be prosecuted. We will bring back genuine stop and search on our streets to drive out knives. We will deport foreign criminals. I'm off to have lunch in a few weeks with the Prime Minister of Albania. I might book a very big plane and take a load with me, I'm not sure yet. And we will stop what is a threat to our national security, what is a danger to girls and women on our streets. We will stop the boats, and we will detain and deport those who illegally break into our country, doing what nearly every normal country around the rest of the world does. You cannot come here illegally and stay. We will stop the boats, within 2 weeks of winning government. We will. And we will stop dangerous organisations with links to terrorism operating in our country. Quite why we've been so gutless about this, both Conservative and Labour, I don't know. All across the Middle East. And we will make Britain more prosperous again. Our energy policy, led by Red Ed, is a complete and utter disaster. You've heard of her, haven't you? It's all well and good for Kemi Badnoch to say drill, baby, drill. Who was it that put 75% super taxes on North Sea exploration? Who was it that committed net zero to law in this country? They should not be believed. They should not be listened to. We will scrap ridiculous, harmful, wasteful net zero policies. We will start producing our own oil and gas. We will end the full subsidies for renewable energy, which has been going on your bills for years, yet no one told you. We will end Britain being the most expensive country in the world for industrial energy. We will bring cheap energy, and we will do our utmost to re-industrialise Britain, to start making things here that we want and we need. We will save huge sums. We will save huge sums of wasted public money, as our Doge unit has already begun to do in the county councils. We will do that. And we will, over the course of the next months, outline some serious cuts to the welfare budget in this country. It is not fair. It is not fair on people that get up with their alarm every morning, go to work and pay their taxes, for those that choose a different lifestyle to earn more money than they do. It is morally wrong, it is outrageous, and will be the party that backs working people. And we'll make London a centre for digital assets and cryptocurrencies, bringing thousands of jobs and taking us firmly, as well as reindustrialising, into the 21st century technologies. But you can't do that without lots of cheap energy. We're literally betraying anyone in Britain that wants to be part of the modern digital age. And we'll end this disastrous exodus. The rich are leaving. Some people think that's fine. But if the rich leave, if the biggest taxpayers leave, it means everybody else has to pay more. It doesn't make any sense. The politics of envy has never, ever worked. I don't want big taxpayers to leave. But equally, I don't want the young and the ambitious to leave, and they're leaving in droves. So we will make sure that people come back and see us as a place to be. And let's start teaching kids at school trades and services. You know, the one thing that AI will not replace is the local plumber. They're going to make a fortune in the years to come. In fact, looking at the bills, I suspect some of them are already. But most of all, we need to make Britain proud again. We've lost our sense of who we are. We refuse to acknowledge publicly the Judeo-Christian culture and heritage that we have, and that underpins everything that we are. We refuse to have our kids' minds poisoned in schools and universities with a twisted interpretation of the history of these amazing islands. We will not stand for it. We will police the streets and not the tweets and change all of that legislation that is damaging our rights so very, very much. And we will respect our armed forces, and in particular our veterans, who are those who served in Northern Ireland and elsewhere, being hounded for things that happened 50 years ago. That will end. Now, I've laid out just some of our, and I don't apologise at all for the breadth of our ambition, because that's what this country needs. It needs hope. It needs belief. It needs to smile again. It needs to believe in who we are and that we can have a great future if we turn these things round. And I'm going, in order to get all these policies brought together under one roof, and it's a massive workload, I'm going to ask Zia Yusuf from this day to be our head of policy to bring all of this together. And I will, in the next few weeks, open up a new department within the party, leaning on the experience that Nadine and others have, and others will come. Others with experience will come, don't worry about that. And we will open a department for preparing for government so that when we win, we can hit the ground running. I promised you a year ago I would professionalise the party. Have a look around you. Have a look at this conference. Haven't our team done just the most amazing job? I promised you I would democratise the party. I think the fact that 70,000 of you voted for our new board members was an incredible show that you believe in the party. You wanted this democratisation. And all I can do is to promise you that I will give this everything. I will give this absolutely everything that I've got. No one cares more about the state of this country than I do. I am determined to do something about it. I came out of last year out of retirement to try and lead a movement that would get our country back. I think we're on track. I think we're on our way. I'm proud to lead this party, and I'm proud of you for the amazing contribution you've made to our success over the next year. But I tell you what, folks, that was just the beginning. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, isn't he brilliant, our leader, Nigel Farage? Well, ladies and gentlemen, here in the hall, it's now time for a lunch break. Our breakout sessions are continuing in Britannia, in Liberty, in Nelson Endeavour, and also in Union Theatres. Now, we have got a very packed programme for you this afternoon, including Lee Anderson chronicling his journey from pit to Parliament. Laura Ann Jones will be talking about winning in Wales, and Graeme Simpson will compliment her by voicing how we succeed in Scotland. We will also hear from our council leaders, Women for Reform, and we will also give you an update on Operation Restoring Justice. And just before you go to lunch, we also have a very special speaker, which we are keeping under our hats. And of course, we will hear once again from Nigel. If you are watching at home, do not fear. We have a special programme for you throughout the lunch break, which I know is slightly late. On that note, of course, I will hand you now to the housewife's favourite, Jeremy Kyle. Enjoy your lunch.
How exciting is it for me to be told you need to fill for 42 minutes in the Reform village surrounded by tractors and burgers, but we'll do our best. I want to know, by the way, if you're coming from the main auditorium, what you made of Nigel's speech, brought forward, pretty rebel-rousing. We have to say good afternoon to Chloe Dobbs, political commentator. Quick response to what Nigel Farage, the speech was brought forward on the back of Angela Rayner resigning, received in the hall. What did you make of it?
Well, I mean, right on the money going after Angela Rayner. I mean, what a huge day to be having this conference right on. The Deputy Prime Minister is in a huge scandal and now having to resign, and making clear we are going to be ready to govern come 2027 because the markets are absolutely crashing because Rachel from accounts has got no clue what she's doing with the economy, and it's now more expensive to borrow here than it is in Greece, and so it could be the case that the markets bring down the sentiment, and it's really important that Reform get the message across that we are ready, we are organised. People have said, oh, you're just a new party, you won't know what you're doing, but Zia Yusuf and many others have done so much work to organise the party, and so many people have put their hands up to say we're going to stand as candidates, we're going to help local branches to make it happen.
In terms of your experience of being a political commentator, when you've come here today to the NEC, I'm running around and doing my bit, have you been impressed with how far, say, the party and its organisation, the machinery has moved on in the last 12 months?
Absolutely. I mean, I met with Richard Tice shortly before the election last year, before Nigel came on board, and it was just 3 or 4 people running the show from an apartment. And then now, I mean, look at this. This is crazy. They've got so many people involved. They've got a huge number of votes in that general election. Now on track to potentially win a general election, which is crazy. I mean, a year ago, we thought, those of us that voted Reform thought, oh, it's just a protest vote to get the Tories out. They could never, without possibly win a general election, but the unthinkable has happened. And
well, I heard David Bull earlier say that I think there was a latest opinion poll put their figure more than the combined figure right now, I think, I'm quoting him, of the Labour and Tory parties put together, which is pretty astonishing. But I guess the proof will be in the pudding. And I guess a lot of people have come in today to grab people throughout the next 40 minutes whilst David Bull and everybody else has a rest in a sandwich, haven't eaten, and find out what people's feeling really is.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a great place to find out what the grassroots really think.
Right, you're in charge of getting us lunch. She's been amazing. I'm going to do my challenge Annika bit. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you very much. These lovely ladies have been waiting so long. This probably isn't going to work. What's your name?
Kathy.
How are you, Kathy? This is your sister. Joking, Kathy. See what I did there?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Emma.
Very quick. Why did you come? Why was it important for you to come to Reform UK's 2025 conference?
Oh, it's just absolutely amazing what's happening. We're from the northeast.
Whereabouts?
Durham.
God's country, ladies and gentlemen. Northumberland, God's country. Big.
And when you're driving the streets in our little things now, we've got the English flag flying everywhere, and it's starting to feel that people have got a little bit of hope and they're ready for this change that's about to come. Yeah.
Do you think? I mean, don't get me wrong. There's an age difference here, obviously. Well done, Jess. I mean, I'm very old. You're quite old, and you're very young. A lot's made always about reform. The age range of people who are interested in and believe what they believe in. What's your take on all of this?
I think it is mainly the younger generation who are supporting reform because we're all trying to start families, create lives, and it's petrifying. Like, you don't want to create a family with the way the government is. Like, I'm wanting to start a family, but do you want to start a family with Keir Starmer?
Probably the wrong person to talk to, as though more kids than Boris Johnson. But the thing is, I think across the spectrum, people have come here from what they've told me because they really, really want to perhaps have a fresh look at things, right?
Yeah. And can I just say,
yes.
Emma won in the elections in May and is a Reform County Councillor.
Are you? Whereabouts?
Wellington and Homework.
Good for you. Good.
Yeah.
Any other higher ambitions?
Maybe MP one day.
Oh, it's coming out now. We've got an exclusive. I don't even know what channel we're on.
Yeah.
What channel are we on? Listen, I don't mind. It's fine. Listen, what's the most exciting thing, though? You saw Nigel's speech. What did you make of it?
Oh, I just think he's phenomenal. I think he's inspirational. He's got the country in him. He's just amazing.
What about the critics who say he's not experienced enough to be the next Prime Minister?
Well, just rubbish, isn't it, really?
And obviously also today news, which is why I believe Nigel brought his speech forward just now. The Deputy Prime Minister, Housing Secretary, Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, and I don't know what else the job was, Angela Rayner gone. From your perspective as a Reform councillor, what's your reaction to that?
Fantastic. Absolute best news I've heard.
Right, well, there you have it. Well, enjoy. So what are you off to do now? Climb a tractor, buy a burger, drive a bus? What are you doing?
We're going to eat. We're going to eat. We had too much to drink last night, so we're going to eat.
You had too much to drink?
We did.
I only had 2 glasses of wine, and I must be getting old because I woke up this morning and thought, oh, if you'd like to get me some food, because I haven't had any, because I've got to spend half an hour trying to find people who might or might not want to talk to me.
I'm sure everybody wants to talk to you.
You're lovely, and have a time. And by the way, it's my best friend lives in Headon on the Wall, and it's the best place in the land up north.
Thank you.
God, that's lovely. Right, where are we going? Just come with me. We're going walking. Do you want to talk? You're waving. Hold on, so just point the camera. What's your name?
I'm Karen McIver. I come to say hello to you.
Oh, Karen McIver from Epping.
Yes, from Epping.
Now,
Nice
this
to
lady
see you.
is a very interesting human being, because just introduce yourself to everybody, because you're the. I'll hold it. Don't take over, for God's sake.
So I'm Karen McIver. I'm the branch secretary of Epping Forest Reform. And I've been proudly supporting the parents of Epping to get that awful hotel closed because it's in such an inappropriate place.
In terms of today conference, we're seeing people now leaving the main auditorium after Nigel Farage brought his speech forward on the back of that news about Angela Rayner. I don't know why I did that impression. It's not great. What did you make of that news today, and what did you make of Nigel's speech?
Well, Nigel's speech was amazing, as always. As regards the other news, listen, we're not surprised. She was always going to mess up. And you know, she should have yesterday. They've waited till today. You know, they've probably done that to clash with our conference as well, but it hasn't worked. Nigel's speech was amazing. Reform is amazing. I think the British public are so ready for a reform government. I hear it all the time when I knock on doors. And you know, the whole country are ready. You know, 8 out of 10 doors I knock on, people will say, "Thank God you've come. Thank you for knocking at our door." But unfortunately, our council, our local council, Conservative-led, cancelled elections. So out in Essex, we weren't able to vote Reform in. But we are so ready, Jeremy. When that time comes, we are so ready.
In terms of the feeling on the doors, right? You can look around here. Burgers, dogs. We must go and get a burger in a minute, but. You look around here and there's obviously a vibe, but one gets the feeling that Reform is tapping into that vibe across the country. Would that be fair?
Yes, I think it really is. I speak to lots of branch members around the country, and everybody is ready. Everybody is fed up. Our country is in a mess, and we need Reform to change it. The Conservatives and Labour have had plenty of time, and we can all see what's going on. You know, we turn the news on every day, it's just depressing, and we all want our country back. We are good British people, we work hard, and we want a bright future for our families. And that's why we're all doing it.
Do you feel hope being here today?
Oh, I really do feel hope. I joined Reform last year. I give up so much of my time volunteering for a brighter future for my family, and I feel the hope in the room. I feel the excitement. People are so ready, and they want to do something, Jeremy. You know, people want to. They want to get involved, you know, and I urge them to. I got involved last year. I hadn't been involved in politics before, and I am loving it. And I have. It gives me such hope for the future of my family.
Good. It's really great to see you doing a great job in Epping. If you do find any food, can you bring me some?
I will.
Come on then, let's go walk. See you later. That was Karen McIver, who, of course, by the way, is heading up the whole issue that's taking place in Epping. This place is rammed full of people. Would you like to go on camera, sir? Or look at this man. Good God. Look at me. If I go down this far, I won't be able to get up again. What's your name?
My name's Ian.
Where are you from?
From Braintree.
In Essex?
Yeah.
Why'd you come today?
Because I'm a strong supporter of Reform. The country's in a mess. We need sorting out. The whole country's together.
Is it though? Is it together?
Yeah, of course it is. Just look around you. Go in your local pub, go in your high street.
You need to do that a bit less. I'm only joking. Crack on.
Hey, it's been a long walk down here.
Try being me. I haven't had any breakfast. I haven't had any lunch.
No,
on a serious note, when you saw Nigel's speech just then, because people are drifting through from the main hall, he brought that speech forward on the back of the news of Angela Rayner's demise.
Of course, yeah.
What did you make of the speech on a serious note?
Everything that Nigel says is common sense. It's what people want to hear. It's what people are thinking. And the whole country's in favour of what needs to be done. We've got to stop this immigration thing. It's stupid. It's just, we can't afford it. We can't afford it for us own people, so why can we afford it for the rest of the world?
But to most people, that would be common sense. So why is it taken so long for that to permeate through to people's minds?
God knows, but this last couple of weeks it just has. And the whole country, this last couple of weeks, has changed. Our streets full of Union flags.
Are you allowed to fly it?
Anybody tries to stop me flying my own flag, get out of my way. It's not going to happen.
Is that you next to you? Because he's staring at me. Are you friends?
Yes.
What's your name, sir?
Keith.
Where are you from?
Braintree.
Are you enjoying it?
Yes, very much so.
Why?
Well, that's what the country needs. We've been waiting for something like this for years. I was 75 yesterday.
75?
Yeah.
How old do you think I am?
35.
Good man, right. Well, just a pay rise. 60, mate. But you said something interesting there. You feel, as a Reform supporter, that the country has been waiting for this moment.
Yeah, without a doubt.
You heard David Bull say that he feels like this is a seminal moment for the United Kingdom.
We're all living through it. We're all living through it, right? This is part of it. What you can see around here, what you can see on your streets, in every town in England, everybody's for it. We've got to change.
What do you say to the critics who say that's wrong? You should be a different.
They're not normal people.
Brilliant. Right. Well, you have another beer. Is that your wife? It's a Coldplay moment. They've never met. It's going to go viral. You've never met, have you? Put your arm. No, I'm joking. Why are you sat there then if you don't know him?
We pushed in.
See, it happens everywhere. Have a lovely day. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, look, it's all these people. Why are you taking a camera? Come here, I'm going to do the same. Where are you from?
Ridgemouth.
Scotland.
Yes.
Now, you heard David Bull say in his speech that Scotland is the aim for reform as it is across the UK. What have you made of Nigel's speech, friend? What is it? Fraser McIntyre.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree. You can't argue with anything that he's saying. It's all common sense stuff. The country really needs help. Every part, everything the government makes little or no sense, and it's just common sense to get it back together.
Yeah. Obviously patriotic or in need of and desire to be independent. Do you feel the reform message is growing in Scotland?
I think it definitely is growing. It's very different from down here. I think the dynamic of the SNP make it more complicated. So a lot of people think they are just being patriotic, but they're supporting a party who does not support the country.
It's good to have you here, mate. We wish our best to Scotland. Thank you. We're going walking on. I love this because all these people keep pointing cameras and stuff at me, and then when you see them, they go, "Oh no, don't come to me." What should we do? See the bus. Come and have a look at the bus. Can I get on the bus? Can I get on the bus? Sorry about that. I do apologise. Come with me. Come on. Let's get on the bus. You all right? Yes. Lovely. I haven't been on the bus for a while. Go on the bus. Sorry, I'm going on the bus. How are you? Right, here we go. So is this David Bull? I don't know. Is this just a bus that takes reform? Look at that. Let's sit down. I'm knackered. Hey, why are you on the bus? Who are you? Have a look. Are you the bus driver?
No,
take a seat.
Of the bus driver.
What, are you getting a free lift?
Oh yes.
What's this bus for? Is this to take David Bull around the country? Is this just by means of publicity? What is it?
Yeah, it goes round to all the campaigns, for reform.
And you don't pay for a ticket because your mate's the driver?
Yeah, that's right. Trevor Jones, who drives it, who's our chairman at Bolton.
Oh, you're from Bolton?
Yeah, I'm
Peter Care country?
Yeah, I'm running for Breaknet.
Oh, are you?
Year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what did you, on a serious note, people are drifting through now from the main hall having seen Nigel's speech. What did you make of Mr Farage's words on the back of obviously what's happened in Westminster with Angela?
Well, today, everybody was behind him, and everything he says I stand for and I will follow. And hopefully when we get in, we will put it into practice and we'll change the country and make it good again.
Good to see you, mate. Thank you. So he gives you a free lift. He's not going anywhere. Now, the poor cameraman has now got to back backwards. The interesting thing about this entire process is, of course, this is going live in the main auditorium and there's nobody there because they've all left. You try being a cameraman going backwards. Are you the bus driver?
Yeah,
honestly, what's your mate getting a free lift for?
Well, he's got his sandwiches here because there were too dear in here, so he's put them on the bus and them in.
You say too dear here. I haven't had anything.
That's how you should run the economy, you see.
What's that?
Well, save money, hasn't he? He's put his sandwiches on here in Bolton, gets them in for nothing.
You take this bus home?
I do.
You park it outside the house?
In my house, yeah.
Well, how's that received?
It's fantastic. It's great. Everybody loves it. It's famous.
And in terms of today, what does it mean? You're a Reform voter, yeah?
Well, I've been Reform since day one, and look at where we've gone. We've just gone, you know.
When you look around, if you just throw that camera, man, you look at the people, I think this is like a holding pen, to be perfectly honest. It's like a holding pen. But in terms of where Reform is at now, what do you make of it all? The growth and how... Who's this? She's been on the bus as well. Hold on a minute. Where have you come from?
Arundel.
Right. Arundel?
Arundel.
Oh, right, OK. I don't know why did she buy a ticket? We're back to it.
I think it was just a reporter.
Oh, it's a reporter. Oh.
Yeah, well, people hope, doesn't it? I mean, if you think people are so fed up, there's nowhere to turn. Reform give people hope, and that's what it is. Since day one, we're giving, you know, we're just there, aren't we? People have so cheesed off with everything. Everybody's really down, and suddenly got this party, which is honestly, we've come from nothing, risen to where we have, and we give people.
What did you make of what Nigel said in his speech just now?
Uplifting, fantastic, great speech. Great.
And where are you from again? Bolton?
Bolton.
Right, from a northern working class. Let's have your reaction to the breaking news. Very sad that Angela Rayner is no longer the Deputy Prime Minister.
Yeah, it's terribly sad. As you can see, I'm really upset, and I'm not going to get over it easy. Fantastic news.
Do you think, somebody just told me to tell this joke, do you think that as she left Downing Street having resigned, she took a taxi to Hove or Manchester?
Well, should have gone Manchester, but it's more likely she's going to cleaning that graffiti off.
I guess the old adage sticks, doesn't it? You live by the sword, you die by the sword. So can I have a ride on your bus anytime I want?
Anytime you want.
Good man, that's the bus. Come and sit here. I'm knackered. I haven't had any breakfast. Come and sit down. It's very well organised. What's your name?
Abby.
Hello, Abby. Where are you from? Why am I doing an accent?
I'm from Blackpool.
Blackpool.
Yes.
Now, on a serious note, let's talk about Blackpool, because in all the years that I broadcast, right, places like that, Blackpool, would be categorically working class northern towns, and predominantly working class party. The working class party was Labour.
Yes.
They came to power and they talked about growth and they talked about the working people. What's the feeling in Blackpool? Is it still favouring that, or is Reform making advances?
So I think there's a massive silent vote coming out now. People aren't shy about being a Reform voter. I mean, we got involved when it was before the general election, when we had a by-election, and we was knocking doors and people didn't even know who Reform was. Now it's just unbelievable. The vote is turning massively.
Why do you think that is?
Because they're just letting everybody down. There's areas in Blackpool that have had no input. They keep promising things, nothing gets delivered. Concentrate on the town centre, neglect other areas. We've got the Pleasure Beach that's struggling, which is our mainest tourist attraction.
And the big one.
The big one. And, you know, they're just letting everybody down left, right and centre. And they're making out there's all these visitors and they're just day trippers not spending. So everybody's feeling it. Everyone's struggling.
If the country is in such a dire state, though, how can any party turn it round, though?
Well, I think, to be honest, I think if we start concentrating on the visitors in a different light than what they are doing, you know, instead of putting big commercial hotels in the town centre, going against all the local hotels and B&Bs for a start off, that'd make a massive difference. You're off the trade, and all the local councils all about is themselves.
And just to finish, because I am running, look at the team, we're having such fun, aren't we? They're all having lunch and I'm doing this. There's a woman who I know to the side of me who's going, wrap it up. I'm not wrapping it up at all. I've got to fill for 25 minutes, woman. What are you talking about? Did you see Nigel's speech?
Well, I did, yes.
What'd you make of it?
Fantastic.
What is about him as a man, do you think, that's almost galvanised the British public and they follow him, if you believe the polls?
I personally think it's because Nigel comes across so true and honest, and he just says it how it is, and that's, for me, is what brought me into liking Reform. I think he comes across as a normal person, you know, forget all the parts about money and everything else and having good businesses. I'd somebody who can run a good business running our country, to be quite honest.
Somebody just said to me that the problem with politicians now is that they come to office pretending or attempting to make you believe that they're all squeaky clean, and then they end up being found out. Today is probably an example. But isn't the truth that all that we want is politicians that are effective? They might have messed up a few times in their life, but is that relevant? Does it matter?
No. And I think what we need now is politicians that are going to be for the people. And I think that's what we've got with Nigel.
Well, brilliant. And you're a councillor in Blackpool.
No, I'm a part of a branch in Blackpool.
Abby Butcher, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to meet you. And is the man in that? Is that your husband?
That's my husband.
Look at that suit. Come here a sec. Is that a Reform suit?
Indeed. Colour.
Videoing the wife very, very proudly. Isn't that lovely? How long have you been married?
21 years.
I'm slightly worried. I'm sat on a step talking about somebody's love life. I better stand up. I might mess. 21 years yesterday.
Yeah.
Get less than that if you murder someone and behave well.
I've known her 29 years.
Have a lovely time. See you later. Right, we're running. Good afternoon, madam. All right. Where are we going? Do we have any idea where we're going? We're going everywhere. Where are we going? Oh, I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to have a look at the merch. Apparently that's the trendy way for saying merchandise, but I'm obviously not trendy at all. Is anybody in the hall watching this? Are they all having lunch? I know. What was the thought behind that? Look at this merch. This merch is just being completely and utterly gobbled up. Just come and have a look. Come and look at this. Oh, there's a man with a camera. It's not looking great. We have. Look at this. See, somebody said to me earlier, right? Has it got number 10? Is it because he's a striker? And I went, no, because that's where they hope he ends up. Number 10. That's the idea behind that. Scarves, lovely. Very nice for winter. Not the thickest. We're going this way. You all right? Everything okay? Lovely cameraman. Oh, good afternoon, sir. How are you? Oh my God, look at this. Look at this. Let's speak to the merch man. Hello, merch man. How are you? Are you all right?
You?
Harry.
Yeah.
How's it going? How are the sales going?
It's going really well. Like everyone's wanting a T-shirt. Everyone's wanting other sorts of merchandise.
Are you on commission, Harry?
No, unfortunately not.
So you don't actually care how many you sell?
If I was.
Right. Now, so it's going that well. Yeah. Now, Harry, somebody asked me to ask you this. He's the salesman. We're going to try this. Why has it got number 10 on the back? Is it because Nigel Farage will be a striker?
Yes, he definitely will be.
Right. Very good. It's lovely to see you. I might get a freebie later. Thank you. That was Harry. Thank you, Harry. I don't think Harry understood that. We're going this way. I love the fact that I'm being surrounded by people pointing, but I don't care. I'm fine. I'm literally... Look at this man. How are you, sir? Don't worry. What's your name, son? Gary Guest, Sherwood Forest.
You know.
How are you?
All right.
Now, the shirt. You're buying a shirt?
Yes.
How much?
2 for 75.
2 for 70. Have you got 2?
Yes.
Who are they for?
Me and my brother.
You and your brother?
Yes.
And you're here for the both days?
Yes.
Did you just watch Nigel speak?
I did.
What did you make of it, seriously?
Moving and honest.
Put into words as a reform voter, on a serious note. You're queuing up for your merchandise. What are you a father?
No.
Okay. What's your concern about this country? Why do you think Nigel Farage is resonating with so many people?
He's saying things that people want to hear, and for myself, you know, I don't know. You're putting me on the spot there, but yeah, he's just saying things that people want to hear, and
that maybe other politicians aren't brave enough to speak about.
I'd say they're brave enough to speak about. They're probably not brave enough to carry it through.
Yeah.
Whereas I think Nigel's got stamina to do it.
Brilliant. Well, I think you should get Can you have a discount? There's a bloke round there called Harry. Right, come with me. What's your name? Gaz. See if we can get Gaz a discount. Harry, this is Gaz. He's a friend of mine. Can he have a discount? He's buying 2.
Yeah, he can.
How much can he have the 2 for?
I think 70 quid, I believe.
So that's another £5 off, Gaz. See you later. They are. See, lovely. Harry's just lost a £5. Harry, who literally believes that Nigel Farage wants to be a striker. Do you know these people? Makes me laugh, right? They're all like, oh, there's a camera. We better get out of the way. It's very, very scary. Look, there's a bar. We're going to avoid that. We're going to go. So there's also a lot of very intelligent people in suits who keep walking around looking really, really serious. Look, here's the... Let me show... Sorry about that. So how do people on mobile phones that don't look where they're going and they bang your head? This, I think, well, there's a councillors' lounge. There's press interviews going on here. There's lots of... this is the media centre. So look at the media. Just having chips. Boys, come on, I haven't eaten yet. You all right? Sorry to interrupt. Gee, I've got the wrong gig, I have. Absolutely. Oh, look, there's a woman. Look at it. Look at this dress.
From Liverpool.
and we need a way forward. Just to let you know, Jeremy, I will be the next Lord Mayor of Liverpool.
Right, a very good afternoon, madam. You're looking resplendent. Paula Johnson, Liverpool Riverside. Which are you?
A red.
Are you good? And you're looking very white. Talk.
I've got a boutique in South Liverpool.
See, cheap plugs. Here we go. Go on.
I'm runner-up Merseyside Woman of the Year.
Is this your sister?
No, friends. We just met today on the bus.
Did you? Yeah. So, Businesswoman of the Year, and he came on the bus. Was it the Reform bus?
It was the can't walk in these heels right round the sides of this arena.
Let's have a big, aren't
There's
they?
always one.
So, what's your business in Liverpool?
I have a boutique, ladies' boutique.
And on a serious note, we're trying to get and gather as much info as we can.
Yeah.
When you come here today as a businesswoman, come here as a business owner, what is it about where we're at politically and where you and people here today believe we should be? How is this government, how is the political situation affecting your business right now?
Horrendously. National insurance, employment. I'm a mother of 4 adult children, grandmother of 6. I'm from a town in our country, a city, that are predominantly Labour, and I was on the hand delivering for Sarah, Helsby and Runcorn, on the day of her win. I admire her. I think she's a great ambassador for what she does, and I will be Reform Mayor of Liverpool. That's my goal.
Good for you. When you see the popularity when you're here, when you look around, the media outlets are extraordinary. It's patently obvious that Reform has the ear, I suspect, of a majority of, not a majority of British people, but actually, a huge number are buying into what Nigel and David and the team and Richard Tice are talking about. There are cynics that would say, it's all good to say that, is it going to be possible to do it?
Anything's possible in life, and liars hate the truth, as today's news has just...
let's have your reaction to Angela Rayner resigning today.
Okay, I'm the daughter of a serving police officer in Merseyside Police of 30 years. My father is 93 of age, and he brought us up. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Liars hate the truth.
It's a really interesting time, and I read an article at the weekend where somebody said to Nigel, the thing is, you're flawed. And he went, they'll have a go at me for smoking and drinking and gambling, and I've had a girlfriends. But that's what I personally think, that's what the British people want. They're sick and tired of people pretending to be something they're not and missing out, right?
With all due respect, where you are today may not have worked that way. It was a path meant for you. Yeah. We all have flaws, we're all human. So every human on the planet has a white skeleton and red blood. Why do we see anyone as any different? Why are we so quick to judge? This is not about the past. This Reform UK is the way forward.
It's great to meet you. The next Mayor of Liverpool, if she's away, she is called, Paula Johnson. Remember the name and the dress and the boutique. Can I get any free, and the mindset, can I get any free clothes for the wife?
Absolutely.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I was going to say give her a round of applause. There's no audience. And you, my darling. See you later. Right, so we're keeping that. So, I do apologise. So we're going to go very soon, just so you're aware. Will come back on stage in the Med Hall, and of course the speeches this afternoon will continue. There's a surprise guest as well. Just have a look at, honestly, these people. Honestly, we have been working our bits off for 40 minutes and these people are just drinking. Look at them, and this is the bit I love. Oh, I can't say anything. Let's go and see if we can find some more unsuspecting people. Oh, I love watching the security guards. They just keep watching. It's a microphone. We can't talk to him. Not at all. We can't. Let's just see. Oh God. Oh God! Oh God!
Kyle.
Oh,
Herbie from Harrow. Herbie from Harrow.
You still got a job, Sir Herbie? You can't have.
Hello, Jeremy.
Oh, that's brilliant. Those are some ears, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
Can you do it?
I'm all ears.
Can you do a Keir Starmer impression?
No. I'm sorry.
5,
I'm sorry,
4.
Jeremy. I'm not that good.
No?
I'm afraid I'm not that good.
Seriously, where from?
Harrow. Herbie from Harrow.
Harrow.
Yeah, I'll speak to you.
Do you? How? Just very quickly, because I know we're heading back, but how important is today, and what's your response been to Nigel's speech?
Jeremy, people are united. With this joke I'm having here, people are talking to me, we're having fun, and people are understanding. This is what we want to do, talk to the people, get them together, get them to come and talk to us, let them understand this is our only chance of changing the history of politics forever.
Do you get the feeling in this room, I mean, obviously these people are Reform fans, but do you feel that the message, do you feel that Nigel's speech and all of those things are reaching out to further than just here?
Yes, no, I really do think that now, because speaking to people, it's a great feeling, and they're enthusiastic to get things done.
Can I just make some suggestions? Are you single?
Yes.
Yeah. Could you get your ears waxed? It's actually quite a one thing. Herbie from Harrow, what a lovely... And you, sir, what's your name?
Nick Ford.
What do you do, Nick?
Well, I'm retired.
Yeah.
I'm afraid, but...
Had to come today, right?
Oh, had to, yeah. I came last year.
Yeah.
And,
what about the difference? I can't take that seriously.
No, you can't really.
Honestly, I can't. 5, 4, 3, 2... we've gone... Oh, this is the lovely thing, right? From 2 minutes to 10 minutes. I don't care. I'm open-minded. I'm here till Christmas. What's your name again?
It's Nick Ford. I'm from Cumbria.
Cumbria?
Yeah.
And that's quite an interesting statistic today, actually, is that people have come from everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Somebody I was talking to come up from Dorset. I mean, they come from
Where you come from in Cumbria, what's the feeling in terms of political feelings across where you live in the area? Are people fed up, believing? What's the situation?
They're basically, as you would know, Cumbria is a red area,
that's
red wall if you call it,
Yeah.
Labour. But I have noticed, we were doing some campaigning for a town councillor, and we found that whereas before you'd put out the lights and they'd probably poo-poo you or make nasty noises, this time they were saying, great, thanks very much, I'm going to vote Reform. And nearly every single person said that, and in fact, won. So in that kind of area, for that kind of switch, I think it shows how disillusioned people are with the Labour Party, because that place used to be a Labour stronghold for 70 years.
What is it about Nigel Farage? What is it about his personality? It's all about message. It's all about being in the right place at the right time. Why do you think people are driven to move towards him, it seems?
I think because he's got that kind of personality, that charisma. He talks to the ordinary people. He doesn't act like, I'm a politician, you should be listening to me. He's across, and of course also...
One of us?
Yeah.
Cop a few times, whatever?
Yeah, normal. As his fags, and everybody can connect with that. And the point is, he has for a very long time wanted the country to be independent. He's for a very long time made the noises that people want to hear. That's what we want. We need somebody who's willing to say these things, but do them, not just sit there and noise like some of the politicians and then, oh dear, we didn't have time to do it.
Now, just one thing before I run off, because I look like Challenge Annika without the yellow suit. Yeah, I'm sweating like a pig, and you've got a coat and a hat on.
Yeah, I know.
It's 80 degrees.
I know, but I'm still managing.
You're still managing, right? I'm going to grab these women because they stare. See you later, Sakir. Will you still be in power by 5 o'clock? You can't point a camera at me and then disappear. Come here. Look, see, this is what happens. Oh, look, we're doing Bello. What's your name? Sarah. What's your name?
Ali.
Oh, she's quite scared. Where are you from?
I'm from Swindon, Wiltshire.
Swindon. 2 people from Swindon. Very popular in Swindon. Are you from Swindon?
No, I live in Wales.
Oh dear. Well, it was before the Labour Party ran it for 25 years.
Absolutely.
So you know each other, or?
Yeah, we used to work together.
Oh, just an overview, really. We're just trying to understand as people come from the main order for lunch. What did you make of Nigel's speech brought forward today at conference because of the tragic news of Angela Rayner?
Devastated.
Maybe we should do some montages. Let's do it right now. Tell me, Alison, what did you feel when you heard that Angela Rayner had to resign?
Oh, I was absolutely devastated, really. It's going to drive me to drink tonight, let me tell you that.
That might have been my problem last night, which is why I'm feeling so crap. Do you see a way back for Angela Rayner?
I hope there's not one back for Angela Rayner. I don't think that Angela Rayner deserves a way back.
Do you feel any sympathy for this woman? I mean, we heard all about, a mistake and the child and all that, but somebody said to me over there, you live by the sword, you die by the sword, right?
Absolutely. No sympathy whatsoever.
Very interesting. I mean...
It's going to be flowing cheap in Hove, though, rather shortly, I would imagine.
Well, that's an interesting one. And also, we had the Keir Starmer lookalike. There are plenty of people that will wonder, with her on the back benches, what the next move for him will be. I mean, Nigel, apparently, I was in here, but was saying, preparing his party here at conference to be ready for a general election at any point.
I hope so. Seriously, I have sleepless nights. Well, not sleepless nights, but I really worry for the future of our country, generally. It scares me.
Do you think they've woken up to the fear, their parents or their grandparents, and some people are going, actually, I'm concerned going forward? Do you think that's changed?
Yeah, I do a lot of work on doorsteps in so that's definitely the case. And I the other day I was out leafleting in Newport, where I live, and it was always
very, very, very strong Labour hold there, and we've got the steelworks there, we have the mining works, so it's really working class. Single good thing to be told to me about Labour, and there were people. I've always voted Labour, always voted.
Me. What are you doing, sir? Look at him. Domino's, nice pizza. Is that what you meant? Thank you very much indeed. That's breaking news as we head around the conference. What's your name? Steve Mills. King, Swinford and South Staffordshire.
That's
react to that news. Angela Rayner's gone. The Leader of the Commons, Lucy Cowell's gone now.
It's just a house of cards, isn't it?
Yeah.
Feels like that anyway.
You've been here today on a serious note. You've seen your leader, Nigel Farage. What did you make of the speech? Did it inspire?
Very inspiring. I was going to use that word before you did, yeah. Absolutely. It had a feel of a rally, which we've seen in previous times gone by, rallies that you wouldn't probably associate with, but every word out of his mouth was something that you could relate to. And he holds that as strongly as you do. Well, that was my opinion anyway, that it's coming from his heart.
And do you get the feeling that across the country, you can stand here if you can speak to all these people, but do you get the feeling across the country that people who perhaps would never have admitted to having an interest or a belief in reform are suddenly going, well, we're at a point where I personally, they will say, believe that we're in trouble? Do you think that's happening more? Have you seen that at conference?
I don't think I even need to answer that question. When did he come out of retirement? Was it last June?
Yeah, June.
Look at the movement. Look at the momentum that's gained since June. It speaks for itself.
It's really good to meet you, though. Slightly dodgy jacket.
Excuse me.
Look at me. What is this?
Too conservative, that is.
Are you sure? I don't know what that is. Just don't lie down in the middle of the road because it'll be like a zebra. Can you hold on a minute? Yeah, we are broadcasting live, but we'll have a picture. Doesn't that? No, we can't do it. He's the cameraman. Honest to God. Oh, it's fine.
Thank you.
Honestly, having a picture whilst working, still haven't had lunch. Lovely, nice to see you. I'm going to get him because I heard him say he's a West Ham fan.
I certainly am. Up the
There's only three of us, mate.
Yeah, I mean,
England are playing tomorrow.
Get out. You've had your chance. How are you, my friend? So Peter Harris.
Yes, a councillor in Clacton.
A reform councillor.
Of course, a reform councillor
in Clacton in Nigel Farage's home constituency.
Yes, absolutely. I was one of the Farage four who came over in the general election, and was very much involved in that.
So, having been involved here pretty early doors, what do you make of the difference between 2025 and 2024 in terms of today, in terms of everything? Nigel's speech, just people's reaction.
Well, I think, first of all, there's a magnificent buzz here. And if you look at it from last year everyone was so enthusiastic and excited about the general election result. But what you've seen here today, you've seen our party grow, become more professional. You've seen so many more. I think last year, we had one TV studio and a cab, basically. And now you just look around us. We've got Heathrow Airport, we've got JCB. To these guys here, phenomenal British company.
Got a bus as well that wouldn't let me on.
but it's absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, you can see the excitement, and I think there's real belief here that we're going to do it and we're going to get into government.
Doing a survey to make sure that people get a fair response. I'd like your genuine response to the shocking news that Angela Rayner has had to resign today.
Oh, I welled up.
Have you heard the other breaking news? He's now sacked the Leader of the House of Commons, Lucy Payne, sacked the Scottish Secretary. There are many people saying that this is phase 3 in 72 hours or the beginning of the end?
Well, I think this is the beginning of the end. I think this is like a pack of cards. I think they're all going to start falling. And I really do agree with Nigel in that there will be an earlier general election. And I think that...
do you think his party, Nigel's party, your party, would be ready for an early election if that so happened? Somebody said something today in the conference hall that financially this country is in a worse predicament than when Liz Truss, who lasted 47 days. And presumably the bond markets and the financial people also have a part to play, and they will bring pressure.
We have to be ready. There's absolutely, the people are demanding that we do something for this country. We're the only party that's actually going to save this country. I'm a business owner, and I talk to many businesses, and I've seen my business, I've seen lots
What's
of
your
other
business, if you don't mind me asking?
Motor vehicle repairs. And I've had it, we're coming into our 20th year now. This has been the most difficult period in trading, outside COVID that is, that we've ever had. We've seen the pressures, the costs, the national insurance contributions, it's just unbelievable. Everywhere we turn, there seems to be more taxes, and this government is making it very, very difficult for small businesses. I speak to many businesses. I chaired a meeting of 120 local businesses in Clacton. 80% of those businesses put their hands up and said that they were thinking of reducing staff numbers there purely because of government policy. It's an absolute outrage. It really is bad.
Listen, it's really nice to meet you. We're loving the tie. Peter Harris, a Clacton councillor for Reform. I've got to now show my abilities to speak for about 45 seconds because, let me tell you, we've been running around. I don't know what they call this area. I mean, just throw the... It's extraordinary, this whole thing, right? We've been taking you around the merch and the food and absolutely everything. But the main hall, the main business is going to be back in literally seconds. David Bull back on stage. Your speakers this afternoon will take you through the afternoon. Nigel did do earlier, so that's true. But there is a key. Now, see what happens to me on live vision? Keep going. Suddenly we're going from 45 seconds to keep going. Are you all right, sir? What's that? Anthony, you're all right? See, they stand and stare at me, and when you go and talk to them, they run away. You all right?
I was just listening in on what you were saying.
Are you well?
I'm well. I'm trying out what the programme is today.
This is live across the whole area. This is Nigel. This is streaming. Have you seen Nigel Farage's speech today?
No, I only just got here.
You've only just got here. Yeah. So he brought his speech forward. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
You won't be able to see his speech this afternoon. On the basis of Angela Rayner's resignation, Nigel came out and spoke about 45 minutes ago to inform people that she was no longer. But I don't know. You're obviously a highly political person. In the last half an hour, we've heard that Starmer has sacked the head of the Commons, Lucy Powell, and also his Scottish secretary. Your response to that?
I don't know that much about the politics. I think it's good news. It's good news that they're sacking each other. Yeah.
They certainly seem to be. Thank you very much indeed. Had a lovely afternoon. You're standing there looking hopeful. What's your name, sir? He's a councillor. Cole Caesar, a man whose surname salad. How are you?
I'm good myself.
That was crap, wasn't it? Oh, it's an honour to be with you. On a serious note, have you disappeared? How long have I got now? You're just standing there. Keep going, Jen.
5 seconds, it's gone now.
Honestly, I'm like a Duracell bunny. How's it going?
Good. I think it's been a good atmosphere around here. Obviously, Nigel Farage speaking slightly earlier, obviously with Angela Rayner.
He was devastated, that bloke from Yusuf. He's come on 3 buses and a train, and Nigel Farage has gone home because he's already spoken.
I have to say, I think I'll be devastated as well if I missed Nigel.
What did you make? What did you make of the speech?
I think it was fantastic, and I think it proves that he will be the next Prime Minister of this country. And
I was just to everybody in the last 20 minutes, Keir Starmer has sacked Lucy Powell, the Leader of the House of Commons. He sacked the Scottish Secretary. Many people in this auditorium are saying it's like a house of cards. What's your reaction to poor old... Very sad about Angela Rayner today, wasn't it?
Oh, it's devastating, really. No, I think, well, that's the first time I've heard about Lucy. But I think it's a downfall of the Labour Party, and hopefully we'll have an early general election.
Well, I take that point, actually, because we were talking about it earlier. Nigel Farage put his party on a war footing, so to speak, and said you need to be... And you look at, as I said to the man just then, you look at what happened with Liz Truss, financially, the same could happen. Do you think this ragtag bag of people, do you think that this party, when you consider he only came back into politics, last June, do you see a party that would be ready to govern?
I think we are. I think we've still got a long way to go, if I'm honest. As I said, we need some very high experienced people. Nigel Farage did make it very clear that one of the biggest weaknesses we do have currently at this moment in time is that we don't have people who have experience in obviously Parliament with policy making, but we're starting to get that. Obviously, Nadine Dorries, which is one of them that's come over today, which could really help us. And
how did she? I was in here trying to get something to eat unsuccessfully. How did Nadine Dorries' entrance in terms of the members and how did that go in the hall?
Well, firstly, I think she was shocked about the entrance. It was a very big show when she came on, but she spoke very well, and she spoke to heart about, I think, the difficulties of leaving the Conservative Party, joining Nigel Farage, obviously Reform Party here. But I'm really glad that she has made that move. It shows strong colours. It takes bravery to vote from. She's been.
Now, you need to do me a favour because we need to start moving people back to the main auditorium. So, ladies and gentlemen, you need more speeches. You need to go that way. I've turned into like I'm doing everything. I see somebody I want to speak to. Very nice to meet you. You need to get back. How are you?
What I have done.
Nice. Where are you from?
I'm South Wales. South Wales.
Got your shirt, got your tattoo? You got my name on you?
No.
Right, see ya. Bye. I'm only messing, thank you. Good luck. Where is that lady gone? Let's see. Isabel Oakeshott, could I borrow you briefly? This is Isabel Oakeshott, political commentator and my good friend. Come here. Right. I've been round here. They said minutes. This is now 47 minutes. I haven't had any lunch or anything. Just very quickly, we speak all the time.
Have you been on the bus?
I've been on the bus, I've been upstairs, I've sat at the back, some bloke had a free thing, I've been to the merchandise store, I've had no lunch and I'm slightly hot.
Okay, well, you're always slightly hot, aren't you? Who you are.
Thank you. Isabel, on a serious note, what did you make of Nigel Farage's speech? Obviously brought forward on the basis of the news from Westminster. I don't know if you've heard the latest news, have you? Lucy Powell's just been sacked by Keir Starmer, and also the Scottish Secretary. House of cards, it seems.
So it seems to me that Nigel made some really important announcements that shouldn't be overshadowed by any moving of the deck chairs on the sinking Labour ship. Nigel announced today that he's going to stop the boats within 2 weeks of taking government. That is one hell of a pledge. He also announced that he's setting up a department for preparing for power. That is quite something 4 years out. So I think there's a lot going to come out of this conference. The Labour Party, I mean, almost who cares? Unfortunately, they are still in charge, but, you know.
Do you think I can grab Richard Tice? Do you think he'll come? Do you think he's too busy posing for photographs? We thank you. I know you've been really, really busy. Richard Tice, look at this.
Young man, how are we,
but no lunch at all.
Not at all.
I've been on the bus, I've been everywhere.
Nor have I. I've got my Mars bar, though.
Brilliant, thanks. I want your reaction to the breaking news that not only... First of all, how do you react to the Angela Rayner news? Very sad news.
Well, frankly, she's finally done the right thing. I mean, it was inevitable, morally indefensible, and the Telegraph did a brilliant job in exposing scandal at the heart of this government, in complete hypocritical contrast to what they promised.
And also in the last 20 minutes, Keir Starmer sacked Lucy Powell, the dog whistle woman, the leader of the House of Commons. He's also sacked the Scottish Secretary.
Crikey. Wow. So
House of cards, potentially.
It's extraordinary. I
thought Lucy Powell was one of his allies.
I'm surprised by that. Let's put
You
it
see,
like that.
breaking news, and all I've got is a cameraman, some bloke who's never worked in television, and a woman who keeps going 45 seconds.
Katie's doing fantastic.
She is, but she keeps going 45 seconds. Just going to leave me without any food. Oh, we're walking and talk with Richard Tice. But you make me... How long are we doing now? We're just keeping... We've got to go.
Got to go.
We've got to finish. Richard Tice, back to the main arena with David Bull. More later, you lucky people. Ta-ra.
Away from you, Jazza.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Chairman of Reform UK, Dr. David Bull.
Thank you very much indeed. Welcome back to Reform UK's Chairman Conference 2025. I think you will agree we got off to a cracking start this morning with Rayner's resignation and also Nigel's very impassioned speech. Now, as I said, Reform UK is moving at a very quick pace, an exponential rate. Our councillors across the country really are first class, and they are delivering for the United Kingdom. Amazingly, we have more than 880 councillors across the UK, and they are growing by the day. It's a really difficult job, but it's a really important job. Many of them have had little or no political experience, but they do have life experience, and they have come from a variety of backgrounds. And that is what I keep saying when I go around the country. This party is different. We are building our mission from the ground up and not the top down. And one of the other differentials between us and the other parties is quite how many young people are now voting for us and also representing us across this great country. I am, of course, talking about our young Reform councillors who are doing a sterling job. Please do give them a round of applause, huge round of applause. Really good to see you. Really good to see you. Thank you. Well, here they are. Of course, I'm delighted now to introduce a mate of mine. He is a GB News presenter for the Saturday 5, and of course, he is the host of the Alex Armstrong Tonight Show. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Alex Armstrong. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Well, well, well. Who would have thought you'd see me and Darren on a panel again, eh? Isn't that fun? It's the Saturday 4, the Friday 4. That's got a better ring to it, hasn't it? Well, it's such a pleasure to be with young councillors today, because you are the future of politics in this country. And I think I've got to start by asking, have all of you watched Adolescence?
Oh. Yes. Yes.
Good. Now let's get some serious. All young councillors here except Darren Grimes. I don't know how you're passing on this one, but there we go. Right, I'll start with...
How rude. How rude.
I'll start with... Darren, I'll start with you. You've, of course, been in the spotlight for a very, very long time. How do you deal with the pressure of that, particularly as a young person, or at least that's what we're calling you?
Do you know, a geriatric young person. But I would say that actually what motivates me is that you speak to so many young people in parts of the world, like County Durham, but also in Derbyshire and elsewhere, where their future prospects, there used to be a consensus that you'd be better off than the previous generation. Well, we've totally broken that cycle now. You are finding yourself unable to get on the housing ladder, unable to actually save up money to be able to get a deposit and all these other things, to pay your bills. Your future prospects have been decimated by the Boris betrayal. I'm afraid to say, 1 million people come in here every single year. Your kids don't have any life chances, and it's down to the uni party, which is why we need to give them a bloody good kick up the behind. Yeah. It can be difficult. You know, I'll tell you this. I think there are elements of, you know, I've mentioned this before, Alex, but you'll know as well. The dating pool, when you are a right-wing councillor, can be interesting. Yes, I'm waiting for Channel 4 to call up and put me on the undateables. But we need to do it, so I'm so thankful and so delighted to be standing alongside so many talented young people.
Oh, absolutely. We're talking about Annie May.
Oh, thank you.
Of course, from the Essex area, the whole country's been talking about Essex right now. And of course, you've been speaking a lot about women's safety and young women's safety.
Yeah.
And of course, you're having a bit of a media spotlight as a result of that too. How are you handling all of that?
And she's a Reform FC model, don't forget.
That's a good point, yeah. Reform FC model on the stage.
Well, you might have seen my face across with the FC football shirts, and that is all Nigel and the team. But yeah, I think as a young councillor, it's great to get involved with the community. I am a town councillor for Chipping Ongar, so we really are the local government at the moment. And having just the support of everyone in the town and speaking to the community is really what keeps me going. Hearing from the old and young about their, you know, passion for Ongar, passion for Essex. Unfortunately, we did have the issue with the Bell Hotel and an Epping Forest reformer, completely devastated. But we had that amazing news that was found. So yeah, we can't be more happy with that.
Brilliant stuff. Keep up the hard work there in Epping. The whole country's talking about Epping. Would you believe that? Incredible, incredible. And Charlotte, the same question to you. How are you handling the pressure of being a young politician?
Well, as a Melbourne and Woodville County Councillor now, representing Derbyshire County Council, I have actually been a follower of Farage since the age of 14. I paid a £2 annual membership and I joined UKIP back in the day at the start of the Brexit campaign.
Wow. Wow.
And following on from that, I went on to school and had some mock elections actually in 2016 at high school. And I quite proudly got my pen out and crossed UKIP at the time. And my teacher came up to me and he said, "Who's voted UKIP on this table?" And I was quite proud to throw my hand up at the age of 16 and say, I support Nigel Farage, and I've never changed from that.
Wow, that is quite ballsy, isn't it? That's quite ballsy. Of course, Darren, there's a lot of skeptics, young skeptics. We've seen polls come out recently, and we've got some new contenders for the youth vote. We've got your party, Jezbollah, I don't know what it's going to be called. I don't know if you guys have got some ideas. How would you sell Reform UK to young people in the country?
Well, I used to be able to do that on GB News, Alex, until you stole my show. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? I could tell he was after something. But look, I think actually it's quite easy to sell reform to young people because we are the only party dedicated to actually saving Britain from being swallowed up to being some form of international airport. That's what we are. We're not a nation state right now. If you don't have control over your own borders, you're not a nation. It's quite that simple. It's young people that are hate by the grooming gangs. It's young people that are hate by being unable to access job opportunities. And it's young people that cannot get on the housing ladder, get a GP, dentist appointment, all these other things. And I tell you what, they're going to have to just throw me into a ditch because I don't think anyone in our generation will be getting pensions, put it that way. Yeah. So there's a ticking time bomb in this country. And I think it's really easy to sell a positive vision that says that we're going to, for the first time in a generation, actually ensure that those young people are put first, right, over the other nations of the world.
Same for you, Annie.
Well, I mean, exactly what Darren said. I think the issue nowadays is that we are going into, and we already have, an authoritarian government. And young people do see that as much as the elders do too. Myself, I am a law student. I'm training to become a barrister. And at the moment, I'm currently studying human rights. So on that topic, I think it's really important to remember that we can't exclude the fact that young people aren't acknowledging the issues of today's society. I say this a lot with women's safety, is like myself and my friends, we are scared to go up to London because we are scared what could happen to us. And that's not right.
And is that a message that cuts through with other young people? I know in Epping it's quite a big deal because of all the media attention, but is that a message that cuts through with other young people in your area?
Well, yeah, most definitely. I think, obviously, people and thefts and things like that have gone on for many years, but with these undocumented males in our country now, who we can't find, coming from completely different cultures, it's a threat. It's a threat to anybody, young and old.
And Charlotte, the same question for you. What is it about Reform UK that should attract young people?
I think that Reform UK are the only party with strong core values: family, community and country. Yeah. I think we have seen for too long the Uni Party take advantage of their power that they have over us. And I think that young people have become disadvantaged with the average age of a first-time buyer now 35. Reform UK also stand to protect the countryside. So we would only build houses on brown belt land first, and surely that is just a common sense policy. Yeah. And within South Derbyshire, where I represent Melbourne and Woodville, we have just seen the Labour-run District Council that proudly represent net zero agree to remove 4,500 trees from the National Forest in order to install a battery storage farm. It is madness. So I think Reform UK, not only will we scrap net zero, it will protect the countryside for the next generation, and we will enable more people to be more successful.
There we go.
Yeah, most definitely.
Well, Darren, there's a feeling amongst many people in the country that young people are becoming a bit lawless. They're sort of running wild in our streets and they haven't got any purpose. What is it we should be doing to help young people find that purpose again?
Well, we do need to actually instill a bit of discipline in the country again. I think actually all of this talk lately about banning smacking, right? As if you, as a parent, can't make a distinction between beating 7 bells out of your child and being able to discipline them in a responsible way. We have taken my eyes off the ball. You know, I think of my grandfather's generation, and he did his national service in Korea, in the Korean War. It was the only time he ever went abroad, and he was so intensely proud to have done it. Those kinds of men who were fighting under the banner of the Union Jack and what that represents, the values of freedom, of democracy, of being safe from tyranny. And now we've totally lost that. People don't want to fight for this country. I think if we had a war tomorrow, no one would. And we need to change that, right? Because we have felt that distinct feeling of betrayal. We vote time and again. Throughout my entire life, we have voted for border controls, for lower migration. Every single politician has turned around and stuck 2 fingers up at her and done the opposite. So we need to instill a faith in the nation and a belief in what it is that we stand for, because we have totally lost our way. And whether or not we need to reopen the conversation about some form of national service, I don't know, Alex.
Yeah, okay. Well, Annie May, we've moved on to national service, but I mean, what do you think of that? Because I know a lot of young people during the general election, this was something that was talked about during the general election by the Conservative Party. Of course, they didn't get into power, did they? Maybe the Labour Party won't be in for much longer either, frankly. But is this a conversation we should be having? Should we get young people back into national service to restore that pride in their country?
Absolutely we should. I believe that that's one of our core British values, and one of the reasons why I align myself with Reform UK is because it stands for law, order and justice. And as a British citizen myself, I believe that if you are going to live here and you are going to commute every day and work for your family and for who you are, then you should be going off and it should be pursued in schools. Unfortunately, they just teach more about other irrelevant topics nowadays. So yeah, no, 100%.
Well, like algebra. Do you
Yes.
think you ever use algebra? I haven't
I've
used
done
it once.
since I was like 5, yeah.
Exactly. And the same question to you. Should we bring back some sort of national service?
Well, I think that Reform UK stand to be proud to be British, and we're not apologetic in that. And from my generation, I'm 25, I was born just 1999, and I think we have been indoctrinated by our teachers to some extent to apologise for our history and to not take pride in our flag. And at Derbyshire County Council, we have proudly let the colours be raised of the St George's Cross and the Union flag.
Now, a question a lot of you who might be here today will send in to me at GB News is what is going on with this young, woke generation who are taking off huge amounts of time from work for silly things like anxiety. Well, that is one of the number one things we constantly hear. We see survey after survey. In fact, there was one just about a week ago that said 67% of young girls are taking days off school because of anxiety. So I'm going to start backwards this way and start with you, Charlotte. What is it that's happening in to young people in this country where they're getting this sense of anxiety all the time? Is it the woke teachers? Is it social media? And how do we tackle it?
I think definitely social media has played a part in that now. Everyone thinks that there has to be a comparison to other peers their age. And I think that, again, Reform UK stands to represent being headstrong and knowing what you stand for. And that's something that I've done throughout my life. Being a supporter since 14, I think that as long as you know your core values of family, community and country, and they are at the forefront of my mind at every decision I make at the council to ensure that I'm sticking to what is important to me. And I think that as long as young people understand what their values are and what are important to them, they should be proud to stand up and celebrate their values.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously Charlotte's just explained that. I believe that, you know, in schools nowadays, it is completely left-wing policies. We've got students who don't even know anything about World War II, but know more about the concept of cryptocurrency, which is both important, don't get me wrong, but I do believe that British values need to be restored in schools. And until Reform UK gets in, I highly doubt that will happen, unfortunately.
Okay, Darren.
You mentioned algebra there. You're more likely to learn about the sodden alphabet soup, never mind algebra. That new flag. My mother's got epilepsy, and I have to say to her sometimes, look away, mother, look away. That flag, it's enough to cause a seizure. But look, last week I was in Israel, and actually, speaking of my mother, she says, are you quite mad? Are you quite mad? But I was in Israel last week. And I met a load of young people who were serving in the Israeli Defense Force. And these young people, there was one story about a young fella from France who went out to do his national service in Israel. A week after October 7th, he was meant to go back to France. He never made it back. Those boys spoke to me about the love of their nation, the love of their values, the values that Judaism and the values of the Israeli nation actually mean to them. And they're willing to actually put their lives on the line for it. And it was such a beautiful and encouraging sight to see. And my heart breaks for so many of them. But we in this country, instead, tell our kids not that they ought to be proud of their nation, that this nation gave the world democracy, prosperity, security. No. We hear instead that this nation was a unique evil to the world. We hear that this nation ought to be focusing on pronouns instead of a panoply of important modules within the curriculum. We hear that authors need to be cancelled. We hear that Greta Thunberg is such a rare intellect that she needs to be proselytized across the school. where kids are reporting now that they suffer nightmares every single night from a fear that the world is either going to spontaneously combust or we're all going to drown. Well, the only thing we're drowning in is Labour's taxes.
A final question, perhaps, and start again with you, Charlotte. Censorship is something we talk about quite often now, and more so than ever, your generation is living their lives more and more online. What do you think that these new, and I call this the online censorship bill, I don't think anything about it is the online safety, because what is it making safer? Nothing, frankly. Do you think that the online censorship bill is going to have a profound impact on the way that young people can access information?
Definitely. I don't think that any information on the internet should be censored. I think we should be able to look at Truth Social and websites like that all that we want and find out those facts and information for ourselves. But I think young people need to sometimes take a step back from social media and go back to some of our grandma hobbies of learning how to grow your own food and make your own preservatives.
Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something, eh?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we have an Article 10 freedom of expression right in the United Kingdom. I believe that our great-grandfathers who fought in World War I and II fought for the freedom of this country, and the fact that we can't even say what's a woman in the House of Parliament is absolutely barbaric.
Bonkers.
I mean, our Prime Minister.
Totally balmy.
But no, I believe that censorship is harming our young people from actually speaking out of what they believe in. And that's why, like I said, I am a young person. I'm standing for Reform UK. I stand for women's rights as well. And I believe that we need more people to actually show up. I mean, my colleague, Councillor Jamie McIver, he knocked on my door one day. He said, you know, would you like to join Reform, saying about an election? They took me seriously. They showed me that they incore British values, and that is something that made me and my whole family really relative too. So.
And we've seen so much snobbery aimed at the young people elected in this party. I think I've seen that from the media more so than any other party. But yes. Same question to you, Dan.
Oh yeah, we're thick and uneducated. Well, I don't need a degree in gender studies, do I, to be an intellect. But look, very, very briefly, and actually empowering Ofcom to be able to censor speech online. They've already censored me speech on GB News, and now they're given the tools by the stupid Tories and emboldened by the Labour Party. Well, it's reckless in the extreme, and that's why the Boris betrayal should never, ever be forgotten or forgiven.
One word answer, because I've got 10 seconds. Given the news about a senior cabinet member today, should we teach young people more about their taxes? Yes or no, Charlotte?
Absolutely, we should.
Absolutely. Pierre can do it himself.
Fantastic. Thank you all so much for having me today. Come and watch my show tomorrow. Alex Armstrong tonight, 9 p.m. Darren Grimes, Annie May, Charlotte Hill. Thank you all so much. And please give a lot of support to your young politicians of the future.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
And then you go around the back. There we go.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, last week on my chairman's tour, I was at an incredible event in Cwmbran, which was superbly organised by our campaign director for Wales, David Thomas, who is doing an amazing job. The atmosphere, I have to tell you, was absolutely electric, and it was apparent to me that what the Welsh people want is change. Wales has been left behind in so many ways by successive governments. All the indices, such as poverty and deprivation and educational achievements and living standards, are far below the rest of the United Kingdom. And we in Reform UK are determined to change that. We need parity across the United Kingdom. Now, whilst I was in Wales, I met a fantastic member of our team. She is a member of the Senedd for South Wales East. She defected to Reform UK earlier this year. Now, at the time, she said she could no longer justify decisions her former party had made when she was talking to voters on the doorstep. She really is a breath of fresh air. She's passionate, she's articulate, and ladies and gentlemen, she will always put the Welsh people first. Let's see her story.
Yes, I'm happy days here. I'm really happy. So that's it. That's all there is left of it.
Hi, I'm Laura Jones, member of the Senedd for South Wales East. I'm a farmer's daughter. I often heard growing up, what was wrong with farming, what was going on. I wanted to fix it, and I couldn't understand why no one was sticking up for farmers locally in the way I wanted them to, and the way my community wanted them to, so that's what motivated me to get into politics. I was a member of the Conservative Party for 31 years, but it just became a party that I didn't recognise anymore. I feel extremely let down by it. And it got to the point where I couldn't defend them on the doorsteps anymore, and I couldn't defend them to our own members. The Conservatives seem to have lost any sense of direction or purpose, and I don't know what they stand for anymore, and not many people do. They were too scared to talk about the things that mattered to people and the things that were breaking up our country. It really feels like Reform are the party that is bringing like-minded people together from across the political spectrum. It's great to be part of a party that's just got the life and the vigour and the energy now that I know that will make us succeed and bring our country back to where it should be.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Reform UK member of the Senedd for South Wales East, Laura Jones.
Prynhawn, good afternoon, conference. Firstly, I'm just going to start by apologising for being a bit late on stage. Being Welsh, I could only do 20 miles an hour. But wow, I mean, it's fantastic to see so many people here. I mean, wow, this is incredible. And to see so many people from Wales whose faces I recognise, really, really good. But it's also a real honour to be standing here as your first Reform Welsh member of the Senedd. I will be your voice in the Welsh Parliament, and I intend to be just that, your voice. For those who don't know, we have massive elections in Wales next May for the Senedd. And for the first time in 26 years, the polls are showing that there will finally be a new Welsh government in the Bay next May, a Reform government. Next year, in 2026, the silent majority will rise, and we will take our country back. Our numbers are swelling by the day. The polls are consistently in our favour, and optimism is in the air. It feels electric today, doesn't it? And I am thrilled to be part of a movement that is going to fix our nation and restore pride in every corner of our great country. In 2023, Keir Starmer famously spoke of Wales as being his blueprint for what Labour could do in the United Kingdom. My goodness, well, look what it's delivered. After just 1 year of his train wreck of a government, we are seeing swathes of unvetted men entering our country and being rewarded for it. We're seeing vulnerable pensioners forced to freeze last year, farming families at risk of losing the land their families have worked for generations, and small businesses closing left, right, and centre, strangled by tax rises and national insurance rises. And now freedom of speech is under attack. Britain feels more like a police state every single day. And we've had enough. The people of Wales and Britain have had enough. Conference, for those of you outside of Wales, you've now had a taste of what we have had to endure for 26 long years. 26 years of failure, 26 of Labour not delivering, and 26 years of languishing on the bottom of every league table in health, in education, in poverty. And as a Welsh person, I can tell you that is heartbreaking. For too long, Labour have taken your votes for granted. They have sat back and let Wales become the poor man of Britain. And Labour, propped up by Plaid Cymru, are ruining Wales. Instead of ambition to improve our lot and to make Wales a land of opportunity, Welsh Labour has wasted millions of pounds on their pet projects, from the 20-mile-an-hour fiasco to their so-called nation of sanctuary. And I can tell you now, a Reform government would scrap that immediately. Every time that Labour want to squander your money, Plaid Cymru stand by their side and cheer them on. Both have failed Wales. But conference, friends, the tide is turning. Wales has had enough. To the BBC, media, and Luned and her ilk, today we're sending a strong message. Reform is here to stay. We are ready to take the reins, and your time is up. Gone are the days when you could sit a red rosette on a donkey and win in Wales. Wales is hungry for that change, and it wants Reform UK. 8 months from now, we will deliver that change and start delivering the reform that people of Wales so desperately want and need. Reform's priorities are the people's priorities. But we will need all feet on the ground to campaign hard to show that we are serious and that we are ready for government. We will have policies made in Wales for Wales, and I'm excited to show some of them with you soon. Reform will put Welsh families and veterans first in the queue for housing, first in the queue for support, not illegal immigrants. Our leaders' plans for mass deportations is spot on. Reform are the only party that Britain trusts to do this. A Reform government will scrap the nation of sanctuary, as I said, and close those asylum hotels. And we won't betray our pensioners, and we will support our farmers. Now, let me speak from the heart. I'm a farmer's daughter. I grew up knowing the value of hard work, of caring for land, for animals, and I know the hard work it takes to put food on the table. And I will not stand by and watch Labour wreck our farms and rural communities any longer. It's no wonder so many farmers are now coming to Reform. There's a distinct lack of understanding of our countryside by Labour, and in fact, they showed disdain for it, punishing them at every turn, unable to understand that if there are no farmers, there are no food. Farmers are the backbone of Wales. We recognise this as a party, and a Reform government will support you to do what you do best, farmers: produce food. We will scrap the family farm tax. We will tackle TB with the urgency and tough decisions it requires. And we will deliver a farming scheme that centres around food production, not tree planting quotas. And we will tackle rural crime in all of Wales, which is becoming more commonplace and more organised. As for our economy, for too long now, we have been slowed down by excessive taxes, by a government that hates motorists, costing our economy millions. Conference, let's reverse that 20-mile-an-hour limit and get Wales moving again. Let's attract the inward investment, the jobs, the tourism that we so desperately need. Let's build that M4 relief road. Conference, let's make the Welsh dragon roar once more. And unlike Labour, this isn't just about South Wales. We will support those from North, East, West Wales every step of the way. From Bangor to Wrexham, from Aberystwyth to Monmouthshire, we've got your back. We will invest in that infrastructure, public services and facilities right across Wales. For too long, too many corners of our nation have been forgotten. We will end that postcode lottery. It shouldn't matter where you live in Wales. You should enjoy the same care and opportunities and facilities as everyone else. I'm sure there are people from Wales clapping right there. We will ensure we will host world-class sporting events, inspire the next generation, and put Wales on the map for positive reasons, showcasing all that our beautiful country has to offer, and bringing with it not only pride in our sports teams, but an investment and opportunity to every community across Wales, as well as, of course, the enormous preventative health benefits that would bring. And let me be clear, a Reform government in Wales will cut waste to enable us to do this, and what a lot of waste there is. We will certainly not be spending £5 million planting trees in Uganda, whilst homelessness is at a record high on our Welsh streets. We will not be spending £10 million on foreign offices, whilst children with disabilities and additional learning needs are not getting the support in our classrooms that they need. Education is the key that will unlock a better life for all our young people, and we should be actively preparing our workforces of the future for the future. Let's learn the lessons from English success in the classroom rather than splash millions of pounds trying to do things differently just for the sake of it because of some backward separatist attitude. Children deserve to come out of education with skills for life, to be inspired, not indoctrinated. In Wales, Labour, propped up by Plaid, have been far too focused on their ideological crusade to indoctrinate our children, to focus on what really matters. Exposing 5-year-olds to reading materials implying that when they are born, they can choose what sex they can be, is not going to help them. It's wrong, it's dangerous, and it needs to stop. Let our children be children, and we will protect women and girls' rights, protect women's spaces, protect women's sport. End of story. Same applies with our Welsh NHS, and we will also drive down the waiting list. We will cut the ambulance delays and A&E times. We will deliver better cancer care right across Wales. And as Richard Tice said last week, we need more doctors and nurses, fewer managers, and better leadership. We will start the most ambitious plan of GP surgery building since Anira and Bevan built the NHS, so every family can access the healthcare that they need. We will build an NHS once again that the people of Wales can be proud of. And lastly, thank you. And lastly, much to the dismay of the Tories, let me make this absolutely clear. It's all about priorities, and Labour and Plaid are all wrong. We need to try and make the Senedd work for the people of Wales. But if it doesn't, we need to question whether the Senedd is really adding value to Wales. As I travel around Wales now, I'm seeing more and more flags up. I love it. Let's see more. Let's be proud of our country. Let's celebrate and promote our world-renowned produce, our unique and rich heritage, our culture, our language. Let's put Wales on the map for the right reasons. So I ask you today, conference, please come and help us in Wales. Lend us your time, your energy, your passion. These elections are vital for Wales, yes, for Britain and for reform. We may be 4 nations, but we are one united kingdom. Britain is crying out for Nigel Farage as First Minister, and Wales too needs and deserves a reform government next May. And together, we can deliver that. Diolch.
Told you she's brilliant, isn't she? And yes, you are right. We are one united kingdom. So from Wales to Scotland now. Our next speaker was a former member of the Scottish Conservatives. He previously served as Shadow Cabinet Secretary for Transport, for Infrastructure and Connectivity. He defected to Reform UK last week in a body blow to the Tories, becoming the first MSP under Nigel's leadership. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Graeme Simpson, MSP.
Well, good afternoon. How is everyone? Good, good. And I'm feeling good as well, because if this was a Conservative Party conference, I'm telling you, the Welsh and Scottish slots, this hall would be half empty, perhaps not even that. So that shows that we are a truly United Kingdom party. And I can tell Laura, and what a fantastic speech that was, by the way, if she thinks things are bad in Wales. Just saying, just saying. So it is good to be here speaking with you. It's just over a week since I left the Scottish Conservatives, which is why there wasn't a video of me. I'm quite relieved about that. We didn't have time to do one. That's a good thing. I have to say the response to me from my former party leaving was abuse. But that just shows that they're rattled. They feel threatened, and so they should. They didn't stop the boats, and they haven't rolled back on net zero. Now, we have a real chance of making a breakthrough in Wales and in Scotland, and the impact of that will be felt throughout the UK. Now, despite my demeanour, I try to be a positive guy. I might not look it some of the time, and I do think defecting is a terrible word. It sounds negative, treacherous almost, but I've seen my move as a positive. I haven't so much defected, I've just switched sides. And you know what? I've gone to the only party that is on the up in Scotland. The polls show it. Reform is the only party that is increasing its share of the vote. And why is that? Because Reform represents millions of people who feel ignored by the establishment and the other political parties. The voters who turned out in droves to support our excellent candidate Ross Lambie in the Hamilton by-election did so because they're fed up. Now, Ross, are you here? Stand up, Ross. There he is. That just shows what we can do in Scotland. The voters in Scotland see public services creaking at the seams under the SNP, and they want change. They see a Labour government that is making things worse for the very people they purport to represent. And we are attracting support from all over. We are the real People's Party. Now, I represented the Scottish Conservatives for 10 years as a councillor, and since 2016 as an MSP. It's been a privilege and an honour, and just as it's a privilege and an honour to now represent Reform. Next year's election presents us with a huge opportunity to shake things up in Scotland and Wales. Let me tell you a bit about Scotland. I was born there in Aberdeen. Scotland is a great place to live, but things are going wrong, and unfortunately, the normal rules of politics don't apply in Scotland. Usually, if a government fails, they get voted out. Not so in Scotland, where the SNP will have been in power next year for 19 years and have created a culture of failure which is accepted. But it's not acceptable, and we must fight to change it. It's not acceptable that we have record NHS waiting times. A&E performance hit historic lows, with only 61.2% of patients seen within the 12-week outpatient target as of March this year. Over 5,000 patients waited for more than 2 years for treatment. 2 years, can you imagine that? In some hospitals, patients wait over 12 hours to be seen, staff shortages are chronic, morale is low, and the maintenance backlog has ballooned to over £1 billion. It is not acceptable that so many people struggle to get a GP appointment, but it's not surprising as the estimated number of whole-time equivalent GPs has fallen. Proposals to support GPs with more nurses and other specialists have moved more slowly than planned, and people report finding it more difficult to access care. Promises of an app, which is available to some patients in England, have not materialised because, of course, the SNP think they can make a better app. They just haven't got around to it, and it won't be better. Cancer treatment times have been missed year after year. The 62-day standard for beginning treatment after diagnosis is routinely breached. In a country with world-class medical talent, this is a failure of leadership. It's no wonder that health is the #1 concern for people. It's also not acceptable that we have a mental health crisis for young people, with thousands on the waiting list for treatment. Behind every statistic is a story of suffering, of lives put on hold, of families left in limbo. It's not acceptable that the poverty-related attainment gap in education has widened, despite closing it being Nicola Sturgeon's guiding mission. That probably explains it. Scotland once prided itself on a world-class education system. Today, international rankings show a steady fall in literacy and numeracy. Teachers are overworked, under-resourced, and increasingly disillusioned. The rhetoric is progressive from the SNP, the outcomes are regressive. Nor is it acceptable that we still have the worst drug death rate in Europe and have had for 7 years in a row. Deaths last year hit an astonishing 1,017. Imagine that. It's appalling. And it's not acceptable that our SNP-run ferry service, the equivalent of buses for islanders, is in such a mess, with 2 ferries being built at the SNP-run yard, years late, massively over budget, and with only one of them delivered, and the future of the yard uncertain at best. The duty of any government is to make life better for its people, especially the worst off. Now, I've tried not to hit you with too many statistics, because statistics are not much help if you're one of the 10,360 children in Scotland who are living in temporary accommodation. That's the highest number on record, and it reflects a 149% increase since 2014. A couple of more stats there, but they're important. Let me talk to you about that for a minute, because we have a nationally declared housing emergency in Scotland. A report titled In Their Own Words captured the lived experiences of these children, and it revealed unsafe environments with children reported witnessing violence, including stabbings near their temporary homes, health impacts where poor conditions led to hospitalisation and severe weight loss in vulnerable children, and educational disruption with long commutes to school and noisy living spaces causing exhaustion and poor school performance. Shelter Scotland described the situation as a national shame, arguing that temporary accommodation should be a stepping stone out of crisis, not a new crisis in itself. This week, the Housing Secretary's response to the housing emergency was, thankfully, to agree with me on bringing in AWAB's law in Scotland to tackle damp and mould in rented homes, and also agree with me on what should be exempt from ruinous SNP rent controls. What about crime? The most recent stats available show overall crime is up on the year before. The number of rapes and attempted rapes in Scotland rose by 15% last year. Since 2021, the number of attack reports has increased by 21%. The total number of sexual offences grew by 5% in the most recent year. Domestic abuse reports were up 26%, and shoplifting up 17%. Police are overstretched, cop shops are crumbling. It's a thin blue line in Scotland. I hope I haven't depressed you too much, because you know, I do often get accused of looking glum, but most of you can cheer up, because for all this progress under the SNP, we, not you, get to pay the highest taxes in the UK. Brilliant, isn't it? Now, Scotland needs a recovery government, and we have a duty to make sure it happens by getting the SNP out. The Scottish Government isn't responsible for everything in Scotland, but it's responsible for a lot. All the things that I've mentioned, like health, education, transport, housing, and I forgot to mention hollowed out local government, all come under its remit. And in all these areas, the SNP has failed. We're at a pivotal point, not just for the UK, but for Scotland. So we need that recovery government, and we need next year's elections to be about repairing our public services. We're already brimming with ideas on how to improve life for Scots. And if you'll just indulge me, I can give you some. On health, expand hospital at home, delivering hospital-level care in patients' homes, reducing pressure on acute wards. Get that app up and running so people can manage appointments, access records, and find local services. How about investing in prevention? That might be a good idea. Pool resources from public health, education, and local councils. Fund community-based screening, lifestyle coaching, and school health programs so that people don't end up at the doctor in the first place. In education, why don't we have a national learner profile system? Because traditional qualifications, important as they are, often ignore achievements outside the classroom. People could have a lifelong record of academic, vocational, and personal development, include volunteering, creative work, and leadership roles. Secondly, we often talk about empowering schools, so why not allow them to co-design some of their curriculum with local authorities, communities, and employers? That could include Gaelic medium education, regional history, or industry-linked modules. Transport's a passion of mine. It often doesn't work as well as it should. So why not create a national integrated transport card Scotland's fragmented ticketing across rail, bus and ferry networks creates barriers to seamless travel. So why not have a single smart card or app usable across all public transport models? Include discounts for low-income users and young people. These are just ideas, but ideas are where you start. The only way that Scotland can move on is by getting the SNP out. We need a government that is obsessed with public services, not nationalism. A government that wants to serve the people and not themselves. Scotland deserves... We deserve a government that listens, learns and leads, a government that puts people before party, a government that treats public services not as political props, but as sacred trusts. The time for excuses is over. The time for change is now. It's time for real reform. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to Graeme. Look, at Reform UK, we are really passionate about every constituent part of the United Kingdom. And I personally, as chairman, have underlined that by ensuring that both countries were top of the list on my chairman's tour. Indeed, it started in Edinburgh in June of this year when I was invited by our amazing campaign director for Scotland. Please put your hands together and thank Martin Green, who is doing an amazing job in Scotland. And actually, whilst I'm talking about this, please give a round of applause to everyone who is working so hard in Scotland, in Wales, and across the United Kingdom. Well, time to catch up with JK. JK, where are you?
I'm here, I have to say, but is this working, is it? It is working. How are you? Are you all right?
Where are you?
I'm over here, love. Think, so, over here. Look, here.
Where?
Left, straight in front of you. No, you idiot, this way. Look, left.
I can't see you. You carry on.
No, look, what do you mean you can't see me? Put me on.
Where?
Here we are.
Right.
Over here. Over here.
Oh, there you are. See you at the back. You need to stand up.
I am standing up.
Oh.
Did you have a nice lunch? Because I spent 48 minutes sitting on a bus, running around.
I had a cold sausage and a potato.
Absolutely no comment, my friends. Now, getting amongst everybody has been really important for Reform this year. As I've said to you throughout the day, people come to party conferences and they sit and they listen to speeches and it's like, oh God, it's lunchtime. It was fascinating out the back. There's a real vibe. We wanted to get more of a feeling about what today means. I'm joined by Mick. How are you, Mick?
I'm fine.
Mick used to be how many years as a policeman?
I was 10.5 years as a police officer before I was pensioned off with the injury on duty.
People like you should have more respect than they do. Let me ask you. It's true. 2 questions. The first is quite direct. What do you make of the police force we have in this country nowadays?
I think the police are fantastic. I think the police do a fantastic job, especially under the circumstances that I have to work on at the moment. And they're not funded enough. They don't get enough wages. And there's not enough money to do the job that they need to do. And at the moment, they're now policing tweets instead of crime. I don't know.
Imagine that, where you get arrested and 31 months in jail for something you wrote, but you can actually get away with other things and the police don't turn up. Do you think the police get bad publicity at the moment? Is it the people above them, the government in effect?
Well, yes, it is. I mean, when somebody can have a tweet in America, and they're not even English, they're Irish, and they come over here and they get arrested by 5 men with machine guns at Heathrow Airport. There's something seriously wrong with the country, isn't there?
There is, which led you, after a stellar police career, ended, as you said, by injury in service, to get involved with the Reform. You're part of the Gateshead local community. What does Reform mean to the people of the North East?
Well, we need to get the Labour Party out of their Gateshead. We've got a £650 million debt. There's 94% of the budget gets spent on adult care and children. And we really need to cut down on the waste that's being spent up there, and we really need to get organised. I mean, like the lady said earlier, you know, you put a red rose on a donkey and it'll get elected. It's the same. It's the same in Newcastle and Gateshead.
Well, listen, so many people, David, across the country. I don't know if you've managed to share the breaking news. It's sort of on a knife edge from London. As we know already, Lucy Powell, the leader of the House of Commons, has been fired. Ian Murray, the Scottish Secretary, has been fired. The big news, which is a rumour at the moment, is that Yvette Cooper could be the next to go from the Home Office. That is not. Hold on. That is not confirmed at the moment, but I can tell you that they're talking about it. And watch this for a cheer. There's also a rumour, my friends, that Bridget Phillipson could be toast. So, the chairman will now take the reins, having had his sausage for lunch. Ta-ra from us!
Thank you very much indeed, JK. Of course, unconfirmed rumours there. We'll bring you the latest as and when we get it. What I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this government is in free fall. They are very frightened about the rise of Reform UK, and I'm telling you, a general election cannot come soon enough. Now, I mentioned earlier on that this party is actually being built from the ground up. And for us to succeed and become that party of government, we have to prove that we are more than competent at council level. And I have to tell you, I've visited our councils. The progress we have made is unbelievable. Reform UK now controls 12 councils across the country. We fully control 9 of those. We also have another 3 by minority. I am going to read them out because the work they are doing is so extraordinary. Our councils, ladies and gentlemen, are Kent, Lancashire, Derbyshire, Lincolnshire, Staffordshire, West Northamptonshire, North Northamptonshire, County Durham, Worcestershire, Leicestershire, Warwickshire, and Nottinghamshire. And these are what I like to call turquoise territories. Well, that brings me nicely to introduce our next session. It's called Cleaning Up Our Councils. I'm delighted to welcome our Director of Local Government, Councillor Jamie McIver.
Reformers! Please welcome to the stage Councillor Stephen Atkinson, Councillor Lyndon Ken Cameron, Councillor George Finch, and Councillor Ian Cooper.
Thank you.
Take a seat, because, you know, when you're a council leader, you don't get to sit down much, so especially at a conference. Everyone having a good conference?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. Love it.
So, we've just heard from some incredible speakers in Wales, where we're going to win. We've heard from our speakers in Scotland, where we're going to win.
Yeah.
But guess what happened in England in May? We won, Reform!
Yeah.
And with me are 4 leaders of our exceptional councils. And, you know, we are told by so many people that don't know what they're talking about that Reform are just going to get in and they don't have a plan. Reform are going to get in and they don't know what they're doing. In fact, I heard somebody say, Reform haven't got a clue. Well, I tell you something. We've been having a look, haven't we, leaders? And it turns out, in case anybody hasn't already realised, the Tory party didn't have a clue, the Labour Party didn't have a clue, and the Liberal Democrats, who are they? So, let's get straight to it. Stephen, I'm going to start with you as one of our esteemed leaders on the LGA too. Lancashire County Council, tell me something you've done, because I think I might be right in saying the previous lot did nothing.
You're right, Jamie. They were passive. And Nigel Farage said, we'll get a chance to look under the bonnet. And we went into the storeroom and found 3 artificial intelligence cameras, £10,000 each, sat on a shelf for 18 months. We put them on a car the next day. They are analysing potholes, sending the order to the contractor. And then we thought, the signs haven't been cleaned for 25 years. We've cleaned 4,000 signs and cut the vegetation back. Civic pride, pride in place. So yesterday we agreed that we would clean every war memorial before Armistice Day in November this year. And innovation. We have a new machine that grinds the road, cleans the tar and relays it. No landfill costs, instant repairs. This is in 3 months, and we're going to do much, much more. Thank you, Jamie.
Well, I mean, Lancashire, you're doing an amazing job. Now, as an Essex boy, nothing makes me more delighted than going to Bluewater shopping. But what I love even more is when I go over the Dartford Bridge, I feel liberated because I am in a turquoise-controlled territory. Ladies and gentlemen, the Garden of England, Kent County Council, Reform-controlled. And Lyndon, the same question to you. What have you done?
Well, Jamie, what we're about to do is undeclare the climate emergency that was declared in Kent in 2019. It no longer exists in Kent, and by undeclaring the climate emergency, that means we can take out all the net zero commitments that were written in to the Constitution. We've started it already. We're going to save over the next 4 years 30-odd million quid on property modifications that we're not going to make. We're not going to spend 7 million quid on transitioning the fleet of Kent County Council vehicles from petrol and diesel to electric. And we're not moving home. There was a plan in place for us to leave County Hall, which has historically been the home of Kent County Council for goodness knows how many years, and move across the road and refurbish another building. Why should we do that with LGR coming down the road? We might not exist in 2 years' time. What a waste of money that would have been. So I've scrapped that too.
Well, it sounds like... Sounds to me like the party of common sense is alive and well in Kent. And you know why? Because when you vote Reform, you get...
Reform.
Amen. George, Councillor Finch, sorry. I know George as George because me and George speak regularly. And one thing I'll say, George, your premiership as leader hasn't quite been the same length of time as some of the others on the panel this afternoon, but actually, you're doing just as much. George, you have particularly been launched into reform on a very national stage because of our amazing Lawless Britain campaign. What's something that you've been able to do?
So, in Nuneaton and Bedworth in particular, we have a crime problem. People are not safe in our town centres, in our villages. They don't feel safe going to the pub, speaking to people on the... when I speak to people on the doorstep, they tell me, I can't go out anymore. And I thought, I can't do that. I've had enough. So we launched at a press conference a week ago, Recalibrating Warwickshire, which puts us as councillors at the helm of decision-making. We've had a few hiccups there with powers being given from non-elected bureaucrats to the elected members, but we, at every opportunity, are going forward and, as councillors, doing what we need to do to govern. But what we did in Recalibrating Warwickshire was create community cohesion units, which brings people together, putting actually police back on the streets. Create a quarterly crime surgeries. The Conservatives had an agenda of net zero, and they wanted, if they won, they were going to allocate £17 million on making a building, Old Shire Hall, which is an old county hall. They wanted to spend £17 million on making that net zero. Why didn't we put that? Why didn't they allocate or prioritise that on crime? Why don't they prioritise that on send children? That's the problem with local government, is their priorities are wrong. Yes, we've had a bit of a, we've in Warwickshire, we've had hurdles, but that's life. But what we're seeing now is fresh, new leadership with a new cabinet, Stephen Shaw as deputy. It's not a one-man band, but we're working together, giving our feet into the table and finding where these bodies are buried. I'm quite worried we're going to find some crazy stuff, but we have to start looking at cutting or reducing net zero, DEI, especially the trade unions as well.
Councillor Finch, everybody. And Ian, coming to you, so I'm conscious of time. We've heard the Tories go on and on and on about how they're on the side of farmers, forgetting for 14 years they did nothing for them. But literally within weeks of being leader of Staffordshire County Council, farmers are a priority.
Absolutely. In the 3 months period, I mean, it seems such a long time now, doesn't it, 3 months? But crikey me, we've done so many things, but the biggest one, I think, and I'm most proud of, is the fact the Tories used to bang on about the fact they looked after farms and how good they are for the environment and everything else. We had over 90 county farms. They sold them off in large quantities, leaving us with 63. We have now made sure that these farms are safe and secure and will not be used for best electrical sites, solar farms, battery farms, and wind farms. So we're putting farming back on the agenda in Staffordshire.
And it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, that the county in the middle of England is going to put its farmers first.
We are the beating heart of England.
I think there's a few other people that might say that it was them, but let's just say it's the Midlands, although we all know the only way is Essex. But more importantly, what I really want us to be able to share is how the sheer incompetence of the previous administrations and how we've seen the Labour government get in power and spend all their time moaning about the previous government. And don't get me wrong, they deserve to say a few words on it. But let's be real. What we are doing, Stephen, is we're not going on about what they've not done and how much of a mess they've left us in. We're just getting on and delivering.
Jamie, the previous administrations have been passive. And the officers, in Lancashire at least, have found this as a breath of fresh air. We're doing stuff that is needed doing for 20 years to make the councils more efficient, more focused, and we ask ourselves every day this question: does it improve the lives of residents? And if it doesn't, why are we doing it? And I think that's the key.
And that is what people voted for. Now, Lyndon, one of the things that made me very happy when I came and met you on our Doge trip, just straight after you'd become leader, was I saw County Hall. There was a St George's Red Cross and a Union flag and the flag of Kent as a county. Lyndon, civic pride, being proud of our country, that's at the heart of everything we're doing at Reform, isn't it?
It really is. And when I took over, I walked into the council chamber and I saw the flag of Ukraine right there in the council chamber, and the flag of Kent was outside the door of the council chamber. And immediately I thought, we've got to switch this around. Of course, I have utmost sympathy for Ukraine and the terrible thing the people have been going through for the last 3 years. However, what I said to my councillors is, we are here to serve the people of Kent, not the people of Kyiv, the people of Kent.
Ian, coming to you, I know that you've got one of the most beautiful county halls, gorgeous historic building, makes you proud to be British when you see it, that Victorian era. But unfortunately, there's a bit of a thing at the moment where we're going to be carving up historic counties into these awful meaningless units. In terms of, we talk about pride of country, but there is such a thing as pride of county, isn't there?
There is indeed, and everybody here is very proud of the county that they come from. If you go to Staffordshire and you go into the county buildings, we have this fabulous 1895 Victorian building. It's not just bricks and mortar, it is the heart and the essence of the county. It represents local people and the local community. And to see things like this being potentially destroyed by this government, I think is an horrendous crime.
And I think one thing, amen, by the way. Now, something that concerns me, George, it concerns, I think, everyone in this panel, everybody in this room, is, of course, illegal migration to this country, the pressure on our population. What we don't hear enough is about how local government is actually having to, in some cases, foot the bill, but often just simply facilitate enormous pressure, which is, frankly, a distraction from our own people. So when we look at things like SEN, adult social care, are you seeing, George, the impact that the added pressures on our counties and, frankly, a lack of support from the government to deal with any of this?
Yeah, Jamie, it is simple. Unfortunately, Warwickshire County Council is in a SEN deficit of £87 million. We spend £48 million a year on home-to-school transport. Next year, that fee of SEN provision goes up to £147 million. I predict in a few years' time that councils will be knocking on, well, it might be Reform's door, given what's just happened today. But my point goes is the governments are not helping local governments. We need more money. County councils should not be footing the bill for the SEN provision. And this is the problem, it's their priorities. They are not listening to the people on the ground that are crying out for homeschool transport, children with SEN needs, educational healthcare plans. They need that support. And yes, it is increasing demand, and we do need to look at what's going on there. But what we're seeing is that national government are doing nothing. They are saying, let local government deal with it. They're going to get turned into unitary councils anyway. We'll give them a bit of a payout, see what happens. But it's not good enough, and this is why in September we have to wait for the reforms that are going through for the education and SEN reforms, for them to give us the tools to actually make the Warwickshire better and other councils better, because as the portfolio holder for children and families, I see it. The children need that support.
And I think that's the problem, isn't it? Local government has just been the dumping ground for anything the government doesn't want to do. That's one thing a reform government won't do, because that has got to be one of the most unpatriotic things to do, is to dump major, major things on local government without the resources to deal with it. Stephen, coming to you, I think that fits nicely with a bit of our LGA work.
Well, I think what happens in Westminster is it creates obligations on local government, and it doesn't give local government the funding. And we're having to run ever faster and faster for some policies that just don't make sense. And one policy that doesn't make sense is houses of multiple occupation. We have over 3,500 people through a government contract who've been brought into Lancashire. And that means that normal folk are moved out. The first email I had was a nurse with 4 school-aged children, a single mum, contributing, was given an eviction notice. We are seeing this everywhere. So what's happening is British folk are fed up of being at the back of the queue, and we need a reform government to fix that problem.
You're absolutely right. And it won't be the first time you hear this. This government is not on the side of the British people, but if you live in a reform-controlled county and are unitaries, you know that the British people, the county residents, are always going to be the people we're thinking about when we're making these decisions. Now, thank you to our amazing panel. The message I want to leave with you all is very straightforward. We have got some of the most skilled, talented people in our local government family. They are working round the clock. And I can assure you that as we prepare to put Nigel Farage into 10 Downing Street with a reform government, it will be because we will be shouting and screaming about the achievements of the administrations in our councils. Please give them a big round of applause. So if you live in a reform-controlled county, you can look forward to some amazing reform. And if you don't live in a Reform UK-controlled county, then get yourself on a ballot paper, get yourself elected, and at the next conference, you'll be on a panel up here with me. Thank you, conference.
Well, aren't they truly amazing? I'm so proud of all of our councillors and our councils around the country. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are setting the political agenda. I have some breaking news for you. Nothing stops. Yvette Cooper is Foreign Secretary. It gets worse. Shabana Mahmood is the Home Secretary. And wait for this one. The rumour is David Lammy is going to be Deputy Prime Minister. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the Labour government. Wave them bye-bye. I also have some other news. They have just conducted polls. This is the projected result in Ashton-under-Lyne. This is Angela Rayner's seat. Labour predicted to get 27%. Reform UK projected to get 41%, a Reform gain. What a day of amazing and very fast-moving news. Well, last week, we announced one of our biggest policy platforms. It's called Operation Restoring Justice, and it details how Reform UK will tackle illegal immigration in this country once and for all. It is time we ended the empty rhetoric of smashing the gangs, stopping the boats, and Reform UK will see to this. And overseeing this vital policy is a friend and colleague of mine. Of course, he was my predecessor as chairman of Reform UK. Before we meet him, let's see his story.
We have all the momentum in British politics, and we are just getting started. Working people in Britain feel betrayed. They see the nation and the culture that we love being robbed from underneath them. There's little doubt that the United Kingdom is being invaded. In fact, more people have arrived on our beaches illegally over the last 8 years than stormed the beaches of Normandy on D-Day. A Reform government will ensure that the United Kingdom will once again be a proud sovereign nation with full control of its borders. One in which our country is secure, one in which our people are prosperous, and one in which Britain is powerful again. And we will leave a Britain for our children of which we can be proud. Thank you very much, Reform UK.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Reform UK board member and head of Doge, Zia Yusuf.
Hello, Reform UK. It's so good to be back in Birmingham, and what a year it has been. Just look at what we've achieved together. In 14 and a half months, Reform has gone from 14% support to 35%. From being dismissed as outsiders, well, if you were going to applaud that, let me tell you this, from being dismissed as outsiders, we have now led in 100 national opinion polls in a row. We've gone from no branches in the country to almost 500. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Nigel Farage is the bookmaker's favourite to be the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. You know, on May the 1st, we delivered what can only be described as the most historic set of local election results in our lifetimes. Across English towns, villages, and cities, Reform surged. The century-long stranglehold of the two old parties in British politics was decisively broken. And suddenly, there was hope again for our country. And let me tell you, this is just the beginning, because we're on the brink of drawing to a close a tragic era in this country's history, an era in which British people have been made second-class citizens in their own country. An era in which those who have played by the rules their whole lives are robbed by the state to pay for those who break them. An era in which a single mum works 2 jobs and struggles to find the money for rent, yet an illegal migrant who arrives on our beaches uninvited is put up in the house next door at her expense. An era in which our young people are robbed of opportunity at every level, from jobs to housing. An era when clueless politicians inflict the highest energy costs in the world on British people through the mad net zero religion. An era in which those who set their alarm clocks and strive are squeezed, crushed, and demoralized. Well, that era will shortly come to a close. The era of British decline will soon be at an end. Thanks to your hard work, soon we will see Nigel Farage take to the podium at number 10 Downing Street, and he will usher in a new era of prosperity for the United Kingdom. To do that, we must start with securing our borders and restoring our sovereignty. That means ending the tyranny of foreign courts and stopping the invasion of our country. Things have become intolerable. The fact that the UK has still not even left the ECHR is to the eternal shame of the political class. An illegal immigrant from Iraq named Asso Mohammed Ibrahim, driving while disqualified, killed a 12-year-old girl in a hit and run. He left her dying under the wheels of his car and fled the scene. The poor girl's father had to make the heart-wrenching decision to turn off his daughter's life support machine hours after the crash. And yet the most senior judges at the Immigration and Asylum Tribunal prevented her killer from being deported, citing Article 8 of the ECHR. Her grief-stricken father gave a statement to the BBC, and I want to read it to you. You work hard, play by the rules, pay your taxes, and this is how you get treated. What does that say about politicians, our leaders, and the legal system? It's a joke. How can he say he's deprived of a right to a family life? The only person deprived of a family life is me. Amy was my only family. They're obsessed with the rights of others from Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iraq. Where are my human rights? And do you know when that was? That was in 2010. 2010. The Tories had just begun their 14 years in power. They promised to deal with this. And yet here we are, 15 years on. Many more have been killed, raped, and robbed by people who came to this country illegally. But I promise you this, When Nigel becomes our Prime Minister, gone will be the days when your rights are trampled in service of foreign citizens. Under a Reform government, His Majesty's Parliament will be sovereign and the rights of the great British people will reign supreme. For decades now, successive Tory and Labour governments have promised, right? They promised to get tough on illegal immigration. And yet, year after year, tens of thousands of fighting-age males have arrived on our beaches. We know the United Kingdom is being invaded. In fact, more people have arrived on our beaches illegally over the last 8 years than stormed the beaches of Normandy on D-Day. And they have been rewarded for this by a treacherous political class that puts them up in hotels at the British taxpayers' expense. They're given free meals, free healthcare, free TV licenses, and even free trips to the safari park and to the cinema. Even those who commit heinous crimes are routinely defended by so-called human rights lawyers who succeed in preventing even convicted rapist illegal migrants from being deported from this country. All thanks to a legal system that prioritizes the rights of foreign citizens over our own. Well, the patience of the British people is now exhausted. We are unwilling to accept that Britain's border should be open and undefended, unwilling to accept that Britain must surrender its sovereignty to foreign courts, unwilling to accept that our own veterans who served our nation with valor and distinction be evicted from their homes to house fighting-age males from Iraq and Afghanistan who turned up on our beaches uninvited. This is a national emergency, and it's time to put the British people first. And that is why, upon winning the next election, a Reform government will launch a 5-year emergency program to track down, detain, and deport all illegal migrants in the United Kingdom. Operation Restoring Justice will be the most transformative policy of our lifetimes. Now, some have already called our plan draconian. Here's our response. Britain is being invaded. Thousands of fighting-age men from countries that despise Britain continue to arrive on our beaches. Our plan is the only appropriate response to a national security emergency. It will also immediately stop the boats from coming, because it's going to send a clear message that being in our country illegally now has an ironclad consequence: immediate removal. Deportation is the ultimate deterrent. As Prime Minister, Nigel will direct every instrument of state to ensure illegal migrants are removed from this country. We will pass the Illegal Migration Mass Deportation Act. And let me tell you this, the draftsmen who have worked on this legislation were given a clear and strict instruction that when Nigel is Prime Minister, there will not be a judge in the country that will be able to prevent a single deportation flight from leaving. We will leave the ECHR and repeal the Human Rights Act, replacing it with the British Bill of Rights. We will create a legal obligation for the Home Secretary to deport everyone in the country illegally and disapply all international treaties that are used to keep illegal migrants in this country. We will grant sweeping powers for the Home Secretary to detain illegal migrants, and we will pass a law that makes clear that if you come to this country illegally, you will never be granted asylum. End of story. We will create a new agency, UK Deportation Command, who will relentlessly track down and detain those in this country illegally. We will build capacity to detain up to 24,000 illegal migrants at a time. That will enable us to deport up to 288,000 illegal migrants a year. No chance of bail, no chance of absconding. Detention will mean deportation. We will embark on the most audacious charter flight operation since World War II, ramping deportation flights to 5 departures every day. And to guarantee success, His Majesty's Royal Air Force will keep a Voyager aircraft on standby as a hot spare. So even if a plane has mechanical issues, flights will not be stopped. Deportations will not be delayed. And beyond our shores, our Foreign Office will act with the urgency of a nation that's determined. Return agreements will be secured. Countries of origin will take back their nationals. We will offer financial incentives. But where the carrot fails, we will use our leverage. If a country refuses to take back their illegals, we will stop issuing visas to anyone from that country. And if necessary, we will sanction them. So I think everyone in this room, we have a message today for those in this country illegally. Enjoy those perks while they last, because when Nigel's Prime Minister, UK Deportation Command will find you, they will detain you, and they will deport you. Now, even just over a year ago, talking about what a reform government would do in power would have been met with scorn and laughter from the chattering classes. Reform had just one MP, and the first-past-the-post system supposedly meant start-up insurgent parties like ours could never challenge the two-party system. The odds were long. But thankfully, we have a leader who kind of specializes in beating long odds. He beat the odds in surviving a plane crash. He beat the odds with Brexit. He beat the odds with the banks. He beat the odds by securing 5 seats last summer. And soon enough, he will defy the odds again and become the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Now, some will say all this can't be done. They said the same when Britain stood alone in 1940, when we stared down tyranny and defended the free world. They said the same when our sailors ruled the oceans, when our inventors sparked revolutions in science and industry, and when our explorers mapped the globe. They said the same when this island of ours raised its flag on every continent and gave birth to the greatest commonwealth of free nations the world has ever known. We are the land of Newton and Churchill, of Shakespeare and Rowling, the land that gave the world the rule of law, the English language, and the miracle of English common law. But today I say that for all of our rich history, our best days are ahead of us. Make no mistake, we are living through history being made in this country. In 100 years' time, they will study this chapter of British history. Children will be taught of prime ministers who allowed for our nation to be invaded and forced hard-working Brits to pay for it. They will learn of Tory politicians who lied time and again to the British people, that they control immigration, and then did the opposite. They will learn of a political class that betrayed its own people. They'll learn of a Britain that was besieged. But I believe they'll also learn about something else. They will learn that something remarkable and astonishing then happened. That just as has happened so often before in British history, the British people stood up and said, no, not on our watch. I see a Britain in the future which has secure borders. I see a poised, powerful Britain which celebrates its history and looks forward to the confidence in its future. And I see a Britain that defends its values and cherishes its culture. I see a Britain which rewards hard work and takes the knee to nobody. I see a Britain in which, after having paid taxes your whole life, you can go to the hospital and be seen by world-class doctors and nurses at once. I see a Britain in which our young people can not only afford to move out of their parents' house, but one day they will be able to buy a home of their own. I see a Britain which puts British people first. And this is no pipe dream. This is now truly on the cards. Just look around you. So British people, young, old, I say this: it's time for us to stand up and write the next chapter in our great country's story. It's time to put the needs, the hopes, the dreams of British people first. It is time for reform. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Zia. Time to catch up with JK. JK, what's up?
Right, tell me you can see me now. Look down. Here, look. Oh, for God's sake.
Where?
Here. Oi, here.
Oh, there.
How are you?
Lovely to see you.
Don't lie. Listen, we've been all over the venue, and it is astonishing to see and feel the vibe in the auditorium. But as I said throughout the day, David, it's really interesting to speak to people who are excited about being here, because most times you come to this, it's quite boring, isn't it, to be fair? You've been a couple. What's your name?
My name's James, thank you.
Just watch this. Stand up. Hagrid's in the house. Jesus, man. Sit down again. Where are you from, apart from Hogwarts? Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from South Derbyshire.
South Derbyshire. Here for 2 days?
Just the one.
And on a serious note, Nigel did his speech earlier. You've heard Zia there. Lee is still to come, Lee Anderson. What does it mean to you? What does it mean to you as a voter? What have you seen as a difference in the last 12 months?
Well, as a young... I'm relatively young. I'm only 31, and as I've
All right.
And as I've got older, I've become more and more ingrained within politics, you know, from owning a mortgage and having a family and having to pay taxes, and it becomes more and more foundational, doesn't it, to your existence within the country. And I've never been so energised as I have to be part of Reform as I am now. I'm absolutely... To be entirely frank with everyone, you know, we've got numerous parties from Tories to Labour and so forth, and all of them are meandering around in an area that no one here wants anything to do with, and Reform to me are the only party which give me that direction.
I think you speak for many people in the room. Thank you, my friend. And Keith, let's go down here, because these are the, David, these are the posh seats, aren't they? They're I'm slightly worried about this man, white-haired man, flying your flag, sir. What's your name? Doesn't know his name.
Robert.
How are you, Robert? Where are you from?
Wonderful. I'm from Perth, Western Australia.
Yay!
You've got a sense of humour, haven't you? So having been deported years ago for criminal activity, you've decided to come home.
Escaped.
You've escaped. I love the fact that a man from Western Australia is flying the British flag, because so much has been written and said in the last few weeks. What's your view on that?
Well, the thing is, I'm 85 years of age.
God, you look good.
Yeah. I left England in 1970, so that's 55 years ago.
And he can add up.
I'm still working too. I started my own decorating. I started my own decorating business, and I'm still running it.
This is your life. We need to crack on a bit. Why are you I'm only messing. Why are we waving the flag? What does the flag mean? Because I think it should be symptomatic of the people of Great Britain, don't you?
Of course it is. My biggest problem, because of my age, I'm concerned I won't see Nigel in office. I can't wait to get this bastard out.
They say never work with children, David, or animals. But an 85-year-old man that describes Sir Keir Starmer as, what did you say?
I can't repeat it.
Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, JK. Now, one of the accusations that have been levelled at Reform UK over the past few months is that it has been almost exclusively dominated by men. Let me just tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the doubters couldn't be more wrong. We have some incredible, formidable, and quite frankly, terrifying women in the party. We also launched our Women for Reform press conference just a few weeks ago with Sarah Pochin MP, Dame Andrea Jenkins, Layla Cunningham, and Lyndon Kemcaran. So to host our next session and broaden the theme, Women for Reform, please welcome another formidable woman. She is an award-winning journalist and international best-selling author. She's best known as a feisty columnist for the Daily Telegraph newspaper and as co-presenter with Liam Halligan of the Planet Normal podcast, which, by the way, is going to be recorded here live tomorrow on this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Alison Pearson.
God. Wow. Well, we're one woman down today because Angela Rayner's had to go and spend more time with her houses. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome to this Women for Reform session. We've got a fantastic panel for you. 3 of what have been dubbed as Farage fillies. It's a bit of an advance on Blair babes and Cameron cuties. I was wondering what we could call the Starmer women. Starmer sleazies, do we think? Anyway, all of them are incredibly impressive in their own right. Let's get them on. Sienna Churcher, Laura Ann Jones, and Layla Cunningham. Before we crack into the questions, let me just tell you a little bit about these fantastic women. Sienna Churcher on the end. I was going to say Bambi, but that's a bit patronising, isn't it? Sienna became one of the youngest councillors in the UK after winning a by-election last month for Reform in Cumbria. Only 18 years of age, Sienna amazingly has found time during her A-levels.
Woo, it's amazing.
To join Barrow Town Council to address issues affecting young people, particularly crime against women and girls. And Sienna said that many of her friends stopped talking to her when she announced she was joining Reform. They're not friends, honey, okay? But she's defied peer pressure to make a flying start, and she just told Nigel Farage she wants to be the next Prime Minister. But there's a cue. Laura Ann Jones is a member of the Senedd, the Welsh Parliament, a woman from my part of the world and a mum of two. A former Conservative, Laura defected to Reform UK in July this year, citing disillusionment with the Tory party's policies and direction. Laura said the Conservative Party, as Nadine Dorries said brilliantly earlier, had become unrecognisable. Now, let's face it, folks, Laura has made an excellent decision given the enormous kicking that Reform is going to give the Tories and Labour in Wales in May.
Yeah.
Layla Cunningham, our third panellist, is a Westminster City councillor, a brilliant lawyer. She resigned from her role as a CPS prosecutor after making a series of outspoken remarks about crime and immigration, net zero, and spiralling national debt. Like Laura, Layla defected from the Conservatives, saying she was tired of defending failure, a moderate Muslim who's been unafraid to call out some of the radicalised anti-British elements in certain communities, and wait for it, a mum to 7 children.
Wow.
Amazing. Layla has been hotly tipped to be Reform's candidate for the London mayoral race to rescue our capital city. To rescue our capital city from that poisoned dwarf, Sadiq Khan. Not sure if you're allowed to say that, but dwarfs won't mind, will they? So, all of you, Reform did have a pretty blokey reputation. It was a party men were more likely to vote for than women. I was wondering if you've experienced any awkwardness or discrimination as women at the grassroots level. Laura?
I can just say one of the biggest things that bowled me over as soon as I defected was the amount of women in the party, and not just any women. These are really strong women. They're the ones that are forming the campaign teams. They're the ones that are heading up the local associations. They're so active, and it's just been really, really, really wonderful to see, actually. This stereotypical, yes, it does deserve a clap. All those women deserve a clap. Well done.
Yeah.
But it's not the stereotypical image that the other parties want you to believe that Reform has. I mean, we are normal people from all different backgrounds, all walks of life, all parties, I have to say. And it's just lovely to see.
Yeah. Sienna, how have you found it?
Well, the majority of people believe Reform are elderly white men. And I'm standing here to say that you're wrong. But, yeah, there's so many strong, amazing women that are standing here.
Can I just say we really like elderly white men because they take the bins out, they they open wine bottles. I mean, men do lovely things. We like men. Layla, how about you? What do you think about that blokey reputation?
I've been contacted by so many women since I joined on social media saying I support Reform but covertly because I'm scared sometimes of the social repercussions. And what I find that the women who do join Reform, and I'm sure the women in the audience will agree with me, it's women who are not afraid to say no and are not afraid to say enough. We're not going to be ignored, and we're not going to vote ever again for a government that doesn't prioritise our safety.
Absolutely. Well said. So we saw Sarah Pochin win a nail-biting by-election in Runcorn. I think it was 7 votes, wasn't it, in it, to become Reform's first woman MP. Andrea Jenkins, we saw her earlier, became Mayor of Greater Lincolnshire. Lyndon Kemrakan is leader of Kent County Council. Do you ladies think that having women occupying these high-profile roles is now giving permission to other women to think, oh, this is acceptable?
I think the great thing about Reform is that it's a meritocracy. Whether you're a woman or a man, if you're a best thing for the job, you'll get it. And I think... it doesn't matter, you know, who you pray to, where you're from, any sexual preference. If you're the right person for the job and you love this country, you're more than welcome.
Very well said. Sienna, you say you were shunned by friends at college when you came out as a Reform supporter, but I noticed the opinion pollsters More in Common recently found that Reform's vote share among women aged 18 to 26 has climbed from 12% to 21% in only 6 months. That's quite something. Can you tell us, I mean, young people are traditionally supposed to be left-wing, so you're defying that stereotype. Can you tell us what the issues your friends had with your choice, and how do you account now for this huge upsurge in support among people your age?
Well, I think my friends, they were very left-wing. They believed I was a racist, a fascist, a sexist, and I'm not one of them things.
No,
I'm really not.
Darling.
And we're proving them wrong. I mean, we're standing because we want to protect our women. We want to stand for people. And Labour are not doing that. They're doing the complete opposite. So if we get Nigel Farage in, we'll make a change.
I think he's quite... I think Nigel's feeling quite threatened by Sienna, actually. I think he was looking a bit worried about this Prime Minister stuff. Laura, Reform is also winning over middle-aged women, particularly women aged 45 to 54. What do you think has changed, and what encouraged you personally? Because it's not easy to change party, is it?
Oh, there are lots of reasons why. But I have to say, as we're seeing with the women that we're campaigning outside in Epping, outside those hotels, because they're worried about their families, about women and girls' safety. I mean, that is a real issue. And people say, oh, you're in Wales, you know, it doesn't affect you there. But it does. It affects every single one of us. It affects our public services, affecting our safety on the streets. It has a real impact on every corner of Britain. The cost, of course, that comes with that. And I think that people have just fed up with it. Immigration was a big issue that I came over for, and I think a lot of women feel the same. They want to protect our natural instinct, I think, like men too, is to protect our families. And I think that that's why people are coming to Reform in droves.
Yeah. Layla, you've been very eloquent and forceful about this sense of betrayal among Conservative voters. What would you point to in particular as reasons for Tory disillusion, and why do you think Reform is a better choice?
So when I decided to leave, it was, I liken it to being in a marriage for a very, very long time with someone you really can't stand anymore and you don't agree with anything they say. And it, you know, getting a divorce is a big step. And then the thing that really pushed me over the line, I think, was when the rape gangs came back into public domain. Not that it ever should have left. And I saw the Tories sit there and say, we want a national inquiry, we want this. And I sat and thought to myself, hang on, these are not new crimes. They were in government when it was happening, and they did nothing. Labour and Conservatives. Labour and Conservatives did absolutely nothing, and that's the utmost betrayal. And the fact that they did nothing because to maintain their vote or to maintain cultural cohesion. And when you can say it, these were Muslim Pakistani men who thought our girls were white trash, and these are our girls.
Well said.
And I couldn't be part of any party that had anything to do with it. And then, to top it up, they kept saying, you know, we protect women and girls. And they let in completely unvetted men who could be serial rapists when they're from, Alison. We don't know. I'm not saying all of them are, but the men coming on boats throw their passports. You and I need a passport. I'm not going to rock up to Heathrow Airport without a passport and be like, you know what, I forgot my card. Do you think you could put me up in a hotel and then just give me some pocket money? We're not equal under the law. And so they come. I'll just say one more thing. they come without a passport, so we have no idea of their criminal history. If someone commits a sexual crime here, they're on a register. And that unknown, Alison, is a huge risk. And any government that is serious about protecting our women and girls would take that risk into consideration. Ours doesn't. They place them in towns and villages.
Yeah.
And that is not a failure, it makes them complicit. And every child that is sexually assaulted, or woman that's sexually assaulted, as a result of that, is a direct consequence of a Labour or Conservative policy. And women will never forget.
Yes, going on from that, yesterday there was a guilty verdict in the trial of an Ethiopian, an undocumented male who arrived by small boat across the channel. He was put up in the Bell Hotel in Epping, and 8 days later, he rewarded the British taxpayers' folly by going out and about this peaceful Essex town, sexually assaulting 14-year-old girls and an adult woman. What would a Reform government do about illegal migrants like him? Sienna, I know you've had grooming gang problems up in Barrow. What would you like to see a Reform government doing?
Detain and deport.
Yeah. And you said that there were people feeling scared in your community, people carrying...
I'm scared.
You're scared.
I carry the dye spray because that's the only form of protection I have. I can't go to the police because they won't listen to us. They'll say it's our fault or there isn't enough evidence, and they'll leave it as that whilst they get away with it and we are silenced. So we're all scared.
Yeah, yeah. Laura, in the Court of Appeal, when a judge had said you could close the Epping, the Bell Hotel, and then the Court of Appeal, Home Office lawyers paid for by us, said, yes, well, in a free society, there's going to be a few infringements of, of rights. Basically, your daughter pursued, predated upon when she goes home. What would you like to see Reform doing?
Well, I know Reform will detain, deport, send those immigrants back. We will put British people over illegal immigrants.
Yeah. Leila, you come from an Egyptian background. You have been, I have to say, I welcome your outspokenness, because I think a lot of us sort of think, we know there are lots of fantastic Muslim people in our country. We don't always hear those moderate voices, and I really welcome you speaking out. You've said Sharia law is not equality but surrender. You've told those who support it to live elsewhere. You've accused the Labour Party of pandering to minorities and trading British values for votes. As a Muslim, do you worry? Sorry, very good. As a Muslim, can you explain why you think pandering is dangerous to our country?
Well, my parents came here in the 60s with the full aim of full assimilation. They came here to be British and to embrace British values and a British way of life, and they're forever thankful because this country's given them everything. And if you don't come here with the same ambition, then I'm sorry to say you're not welcome here, especially if you're coming to live here. If you come here looking for Sharia courts and Islamophobia laws and censorship, this is not the country for you. There are many, many countries that you can go live in very happily who will embrace those values. I don't judge anyone's values, but if you come here, these are not our values. And you don't come here with that. And so for me, when I see communities that don't embrace British values, and some even say that they hate Britain or, it's the wrong country for them, it makes me really, really angry, because not only have they come, they're living off the taxpayer money. They've been welcomed by this country with all its beautiful benefits and values, and they don't appreciate it. And I think we've allowed that. The fact that we have Islamophobia law discussion in Parliament is bewildering. You are not free if you cannot speak. You are not free if you cannot be offended and have the right to offend.
Well said. this is one for all of you. Over the summer, we've seen these brilliant pink lady protests. I think we've got some pink ladies in the audience. Anyone want to stick up their hand? I know Orla Minahan and some of those great women are here. There's a pink lady there. Oh, well done, madam. Well done. So we've seen mums, grandmas, aunties, children gathering outside illegal migrant hotels across the country. Now, how big a movement do you think that is? We've got a big protest coming up on the 1st of October. Laura, what do you think about them?
I think it's only going to grow. People, those poor ladies are being called far-right fascists. I mean, it's just insane, isn't it? These are mums, these are sisters, these are daughters, these are everyone. They care about their families. It's absolutely crazy. And I think that people are seeing through the nonsense, through the noise on the TV, and are only going to, that movement is only going to get stronger.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know what you think, but I also think now when they say, oh, it's racist to object to this or it's far right, you just think, bring it on, right? You know, I mean, who cares? Sorry, no, you say.
Call us what you want.
Call us what you want.
Really, I say bring it on, and I welcome it. Because we know we're on the right side of history. Sorry, Alison, but people always have asked me previously if people putting up the flag, if it's divisive or it's an aggressive. For me, it's people saying, we've protested, we've voted a certain way, we've asked for it, and we're being ignored. How else can we show you what we want? We are British, we are here, listen to us. Absolutely. And the flags show that.
I'm sure you've all had attacks online. I've seen Layla very viciously attacked. Middle Eastern men saying, Nigel Farage elevates minority voices like hers to front racist agendas under the guise of diversity.
Bring it on.
Yeah, nobody cares. Sienna, have you felt, you're very young still, have you felt intimidated?
Yeah, some of the comments have been disgusting. I'm in between being told I'm going to be killed and murdered, or I'm going to be raped.
Oh, honey.
But thank you.
I think Sienna can just say, actually, I'm going to be the third Prime Minister, but one of, it's going to be Nigel, who we don't know who the next one is, and then you're coming. We have seen this wonderful operation Raise the Colours, this campaign promoting the display of St. George's flags and so on. I mean, do you see that? I mean, people, the Labour people say it's problematic and divisive. Do you sense a desire to get back national pride, Laura?
Well, there are a lot of Welsh flags going up too, and I absolutely love it. We should have that anyway. Get them up. Let's be proud of our country.
Yeah.
But no. I mean, what we deal with in the Welsh Parliament, in the Senedd, is they're more likely, unfortunately, to put up a Palestinian flag than they are a Union Jack.
Yeah. Last time I was in Swansea at the train station, I looked up, there was an NHS headquarters and it had the Palestinian flag. And I thought, that's not my Wales, right? Absolutely astonishing. Just quickly, not everyone will know, but Laura can tell us, what has 25 years of Labour rule in Wales done to our beautiful country?
Oh, 26. Don't forget that extra year. They do a lot in a year, a lot of damage. It's meant, the Wales bit by bit, and it's painstaking to see as a Welsh person. It's just been destroyed. People have been left behind. Communities have just not getting anywhere. There's not that investment. It's like almost the Labour Party have wanted to keep them down, so they keep voting for them. That's not okay. Every single person in Wales deserves the same opportunities, the same facilities, and the same healthcare. And it's just that's what the Reform government are going to achieve.
Brilliant. I should say that my source in Cardiff has told me that all the Labour ministers in the Senedd will not be running again next time. They're scared, aren't they? Listen, we're running out of time. We could talk forever. I just wanted to say a quick bit of advice to any women in the audience who'd like to come forward and do more. Sienna?
Do it. Be brave. If you have the ambition and the courage, then do it. This is your future and your children's future. If you stay silent, no change is going to happen.
Fantastic.
Can I do
She's great. I think we're going to end it there, for goodness sake. I mean, look at this kid, honestly, amazing. Final word, ladies. Layla.
It's the basic government duty is to protect us, and they failed, and that makes them an illegitimate government. And if you feel that way, then you have to stand up and represent your ward, represent your constituency, or help, because we are the last hope for the country, and everyone knows it, and that's why we're polling so high, because the country doesn't belong to the illegal migrants, the sexual offenders, the criminals. It belongs to us, and it's time we took it back.
Very good.
Yeah.
Last word to Laura. We're going to say it in Welsh. Diolch yn fawr. Come on, Laura.
I want to just say that we've talked today about safety on our streets, and that's obviously drawn a lot of women to care about, and we all care about their women and girls' safety. But it's not just that. It's the indoctrination that needs to stop in our classrooms. It is the protection of women's sports. It's the protection of women's spaces. And I cannot stand it when the media tell us we won't do that. We will do that.
Yeah. Well, I think we've laid the bloke in a Smith, haven't we, today? Anyway, thank you to these three brilliant women, Sienna, Laura and Layla. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, look.
I just want to say a very big thank you to Alison there for hosting our very powerful Women for Reform. What an amazing session. Now, this party is underpinned by strong values which are represented, as you know, by family, community and country. And with that in mind, I am so thrilled that joining us at conference is my very own mother. My mother is here with us at conference. Can you just give her a round of applause, please? Let's catch up with JK. JK, where are you now?
Right, listen, have a look. Here.
Oh, there you are.
Is that your mum?
Yes.
Are you
Don't
sure?
interview her, she'll kill you.
I'm going to say hello to her.
No, don't talk to my mother. Go on.
Mummy?
Mum?
Mum? Hello.
Don't you start.
You all right?
Yes, thank you.
On a serious note, you must be really proud of him. He's done an amazing job, hasn't he?
I think he's an amazing young man.
You're absolutely right. I wouldn't say young, but it's lovely. Thank you very much indeed. That was an amazing panel, DB. Fantastic. Now, earlier on during the lunch break, when you weren't listening or perhaps watching, the amazing Karen McIver, who is behind the reform movement in Epping and all that disaster, is here. Give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Up you get. We haven't got long. The problems in Epping for many people sort of centralise the feeling that this country needs to change. It's important to the people of Epping and the people of the United Kingdom, right?
Absolutely. We have been overwhelmed with the support. I always really point the fact that there's a very sad story to why we're doing this, but along with lots of friends from Reform in Epping, we are doing an amazing job as mothers. And everybody must remember that women are the backbone of this country, okay? And when we come together, we are strong. And here at Epping, we will continue to protest until that hotel is closed. It is next to a secondary school. It is inappropriate. And myself, along with all my wonderful friends and mothers of Epping, will not give up until that hotel shuts.
I think the one thing... I think it's very difficult for our Prime Minister to speak about mothers on the streets looking after the interests of their children and call them far right. So fair play to you and all the mothers. Give Karen a round of applause. Thank you so much indeed. Can I just... Do you know this?
No.
Politics is an interesting game, isn't it? Do you know who's been sacked?
Tell me.
So the new Home Secretary is Shabana Mahmood.
I know.
The new Foreign Secretary is Yvette Cooper.
Indeed.
The new Justice Secretary and Deputy Prime Minister is David Lammy.
You're a bit behind, Jeremy.
Have a fantastic afternoon. Back to David Ball.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think you will agree it really has been a tremendous day so far. Let me tell you, we have garnered incredible media interest. The press coverage already is extraordinary. I've got about 5 or 6 interviews I have to do the minute I leave the main stage. I know the rest of the team very busy doing all the media as well. Let me tell you, every single person in this country is talking about Reform UK. And that brings me rather nicely to our special guest this afternoon. Now, he was implicit in the creation of this party, even though he was a politician in another Commonwealth country. Reform UK was conceived in 2020, morphing from the Brexit Party, which, as you will remember, was a single-issue party, into what it is today, a dynamic, vibrant party with comprehensive policies addressing every single issue affecting Britain. What you may not know is Reform UK was modelled on a party of a similar name in North America, the Reform Party of Canada. Our special guest this afternoon is a member of the King's Privy Council for Canada. He's a companion of the Order of Canada, a recipient of the Alberta Order of Excellence. He was the founder and the only leader of the Reform Party of Canada, and under his leadership, the party reshaped Canada's political landscape, introducing themes of democratic reform, fiscal conservatism, and decentralisation. Let's now meet the original reformer.
Well, we're glad to have you. My name is Preston Manning, and I was a founder of the Reform Party of Canada. Before Reform existed in Canada, there were the two traditional political parties, and increasing numbers of people were dissatisfied with them, particularly their mismanagement of the finances, debts, deficits, familiar story. We wrote the Prime Minister at that time and said, would you send your best representative to argue that you're the vehicle for our discontent? He did not accept the invitation, in fact ordered his members not to have anything to do with any kind of reform movement. I'm a proud Canadian. This country is the second largest country by landmass on the face of the planet, and it has immense resources, not just physical resources, but human resources. And I've been a critic of Canadian democracy, but for all its faults, 5 people were able to start and take the tools that democracy gives to us all and end up creating a governing party. Well, Reform Canada challenged the political establishment. It gave rank and file people a voice, and I believe that Reform UK can do the same thing. My impression is that he's a charismatic leader. I have what the media call reverse charisma, so I'm not in the same league, but I think there's a necessity of having a leader that can inspire other people, not simply inform them on particular positions, and I think Nigel is very, very good at that. To the British voters, you have an opportunity to demonstrate what a bottom-up democratic movement can achieve. Not simply in opposition, but in government. And in doing so, you'll be in the forefront of political transformation, not in the vanguard. Well, Nigel, I carried the torch for reform in Canada. I now hand that torch over to you and wish you and your people every success.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the founder of the Reform Party of Canada, Preston Manning.
Well, Thank you very much, and a special thank you to Nigel for inviting me to join you today. As has been mentioned, he is a very charismatic leader, and I have what the media call reverse charisma, so you'll probably notice the difference. But it's really an honor to be here in the United Kingdom, since it is the political culture of Britain, from Magna Carta to the rule of law to parliamentary democracy, transported to Canada and elsewhere, that really laid the foundations of the Reform Party of Canada and the foundation on which you people are building. Now, Nigel's asked me to briefly share the story of Reform Canada in the hope that it may first encourage you, but secondly, there may be some insights from our experience that will be helpful to you in building, taking the next steps for Reform UK. In our case, it began in a meeting of 5 people in a boardroom in Calgary, Alberta, which is in the western part of the country, the best part of the country. And we were dissatisfied. Does this sound familiar? We were dissatisfied with the offerings of our 2 traditional political parties. Dissatisfied particularly with increasing deficits and debt, but dissatisfied with the indifference of central Canadian and government elites to the concerns and aspirations of ordinary people, including the regional interests of Western Canada. So, exercising our freedom of association, we organized a representative conference, much smaller one than this, and to decide on the next steps from 3 options. One was to work within an existing party, which at that time there was the governing Progressive Conservative Party, who were in office at the time. A second option was to create a new Western-based lobby group or interest group. And then the third option was to create a third party, which Western Canada has a history of doing that, a history of bottom-up populist movements, not only as protest movements, but actually got into government, and which is another thing. So anyway, presentations of these options were made to this conference. The Conservative Prime Minister at the time, as I mentioned, Brian Mulroney, we wrote to him and said, we're going to have this meeting. Will you send your strongest representative to argue that your party is the best vehicle for dealing with our discontents? He wrote back saying he refused the invitation and ordered his members not to have anything to do with us whatsoever. The conference still proceeded with the presentation of these options, with debate on the pros and the cons, then culminating in a vote with a majority actually voting to form the new party. So what this was is democracy, grassroots democracy in action. And something we learned early on is that if a new party is going to ask the public to trust it in the management, democratic management of its affairs, it is wise for that party to be able to apply democracy in the management of its own affairs. Now, moving on, we contested the 1988 federal election in Canada with 72 candidates. We finished second in 11 seats, but we didn't win any. And 2 of the unsuccessful candidates were myself and Mr. Stephen Harper. Canada's state broadcaster, the CBC, wrote us off as going nowhere and undeserving of its enlightened attention. This may sound familiar as well. But the next year we had the good fortune to win a by-election to get a foothold in the Parliament. And we then used the next 4 years to build constituency associations and recruit candidates, not only in the West, but across the country. And you can appreciate in Canada, across the country means hundreds of meetings in places hundreds of miles apart, because our West Coast and East Coast are 5,000 miles apart. It's a big country. In 1992, the Conservative government was forced to initiate a national referendum on a constitutional issue. And we participated in that national referendum campaign on the no side, which was victorious. But the most interesting thing was that participating in a national referendum campaign, all the things you have to do in that type of a campaign, you have to knock on doors, you have to recruit spokespersons, you have to develop local organization, all that participation helped test our candidates and develop our campaigning capacity, just as Brexit proved a proving ground for some of you. So another important lesson which we learned from that experience, and this may sound simplistic, but it is important. It was the importance of dealing with our internal differences privately rather than publicly. A new public movement like Reform Canada, and I assume this is the case with Reform UK, invariably brings together people of strong convictions. You wouldn't be here if you didn't have strong convictions, but also people who have never worked very closely together as a group. So there's invariably going to be strong differences of opinion, not just on issues, but even on the next steps forward as a party. And we found that when those differences were aired publicly, which today means sharing them through the social media, all we got was headlines, "Reform divided," and therefore not to be trusted by the public. When we set aside our minor differences to pursue the greater goals on which we were agreed, and dealt with our differences internally, the message "Reform United" to do this or to do that actually helps inspire public confidence. In 1993, I know I'm going through history here, but it's our history and your history. In 1993, we were now well equipped to fight a national campaign, primarily because of the experience we got in that referendum campaign. And we fought this campaign on two fronts: that the federal government's budget should be balanced within 3 years, and that Western Canada wanted in on national decision-making in more effective ways, primarily through Senate reform and through free votes in the House of Commons. When the smoke cleared in that election, the standing of the governing Conservative Party in the House of Commons was reduced from its 155 seats majority to 2 seats. One of our jokes was they actually spent $22 million on that campaign. So whenever we ran into one of those 2 members in the House, we used to say, "You are the most valuable members of this House." Cost $11 million to get here. And the other interesting thing about an election, that 106 of those seats, a third of the seats in our parliament, went to 2 political parties that had not existed 5 years before, with the Reform Party occupying 52 of those seats. Another lesson we learned from that campaign, which if we had learned it earlier would have increased our standings in that election, was to major on the majors. As a new party, we felt we had to have a policy on everything to prove that we belonged in the big leagues. And we even had a pamphlet entitled 64 Reasons to Vote Reform. We probably would have been wiser to have offered 3 good reasons rather than feeling we had to have an answer to every question, which then involved us in making up policy on the fly. On one occasion, one of our candidates knocking on the doors, the door opened and this woman didn't even say hello. She said, "What is your position on the ozone layer?" Our candidate hastily looked at the manual under O, and there was nothing under ozone. So he said, "We're in favor of it, at least the western portion." This is policy making on the fly, and it's probably not a good idea. Now, time does not permit me to dwell on the rest of the story, but let me just tell the rest of the story quickly. Suffice it to say that during that first term, while only in opposition, we were able to pressure the Liberal government to balance the budget. We performed well enough that after the next election in 1997, Reform became the official opposition. We then formed an alliance with 3 populist-oriented political parties at the provincial level, and under Mr. Harper's leadership, that alliance absorbed what was left of the old Progressive Conservative Party to become the Conservative Party of Canada. Under Harper, Reform's first policy chief and a Reform candidate in those early elections, that group formed the Government of Canada from 2006 to 2015. Now, before concluding, it's a long journey. It's a long journey from 1987 to 2006. But before concluding, there are 2 other observations I want to make which ought to be especially encouraging to you as you plan the next steps for Reform UK. Across much of the Western world, including the United States, there has been a tectonic shift in the political landscape. From a landscape defined by the old left, right, center conceptualization of politics. There are many people who cannot discuss democratic politics except in terms of left, right, center. But there has been a shift from that to a vertical axis of bottom-up democratic populism versus aristocratic elitism, which characterizes many of our traditional parties. Here in the UK, Reform UK has been the first of your political parties to acknowledge and represent that shift and to harness that bottom-up political energy, to prove that that bottom-up political energy can be harnessed to addressing current issues, such as rectifying unrestricted immigration, restoring law and order to streets and communities, restoring fiscal sanity at the governmental level. And you should therefore be encouraged and proud that in this sense, and I mentioned this, I guess, on that tape, Reform UK is in the forefront, not in the vanguard of the politics of the 21st century. This vertical axis, and you see it in Europe, you see it in Argentina, you see it in the United States, that is becoming the defining axis in politics. And the parties that understand it and represent it, particularly from the bottom up, I think they're on the way with the future, not tied to the past. But now a second observation. Well, I am flattered that Nigel should suggest that Reform Canada could be a source of inspiration to Reform UK. I'm acutely conscious that in the political history and culture of your own country, you have much more older, more instructive, more inspirational resources than those of us in a younger country like Canada. Was not the Wilberforce campaign to abolish slavery by law and legislation rather than by force as in America a bottom-up political movement? Political action by rank-and-file people on a moral issue, the type of issue on which the rank-and-file are especially mistrusted by the elites. Were not the 19th century campaigns to expand the right to vote? What was the name of that legislation? The Great Reform Act of 1832. The Israelis' Great Reform Act of 1867. Was not the pressure to create that legislation, was pressure that came from the bottom up, not from the top, by rank-and-file people, and which expanded their role in government, just as your movement is attempting to do. So in my view, British political culture contains all the examples and instruction that Reform UK needs to be inspired, to be encouraged, and to be instructed. No other Western democracy has such a rich potential and heritage on which to draw. But now I must conclude. Useful lessons from the experience. Useful lessons from the experience of Reform Canada. Demonstrate your commitment to democracy by practicing democracy internally. Major on the majors, not the minors, and deal with differences internally, not publicly. Be encouraged, as our experience has proved, that there is no reason why a bottom-up democratic movement such as Reform UK, utilizing the same tools of democracy in the very country that gave them birth, cannot achieve similar success and greater success than to what we achieved, creating a credible, capable reform government for the United Kingdom. And so, as someone who has carried the reform baton in Canada, I am now therefore delighted to hand that reform baton over to this man.
Thank you so much. What a guy, what a guy! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Here we are, photograph.
Okay, here we are.
Very good. Fantastic.
Looking forward to
Go gently. Oh, we've got music. Good afternoon, conference. Do you like the suit? Quick flash. When I set up the Brexit Party as a last-minute rescue mission to try and stop our democracy being subverted because they all wanted to overturn the result of the referendum, and of course leading that charge was a man called Starmer. That was a very low boo. David, they're waking up, it's all right. But we achieved our goal. We got rid of Mrs. May, and we opened the door for a government that delivered Brexit. Well, we left the European Union, but they didn't deliver Brexit, did they? They betrayed our fishermen and so many other people. Anyway, after a 27-year struggle, I decided early in the 2020s that I was done with this. But I thought I have to leave a legacy to British politics because Richard Tice was keen to continue in case they made a mess of it. And I have to say, yeah, off you go, mate. Boring, boring, boring. I don't know what took them so long. But I decided there had to be a legacy for British politics. And my inspiration was the man you've just heard from, Preston Manning, who set up the party, and just ignore them. Just ignore them. Boring, boring, boring. Well, I don't know. She looked like she'd been on the sauce all afternoon. I don't know. I haven't been, I can assure you. And that was why I chose the name Reform. I saw what they'd done in Canada. It was transformational. They took it over. They destroyed the existing Progressive Party. They won government and put Canada back on the right track. I thank Preston for coming with his wife all the way from Canada. And, oh dear, you don't look very well. You're not looking very well. I think, go easy, go easy. She's clearly got some anger management issues. In fact, she looks like one of the Democrats I faced on Capitol Hill the other day. They were having a few sort of Farage derangement syndromes. Maybe she's a supporter of David Lammy, I don't know. Our new Deputy Prime Minister, aren't we lucky? All that has happened today is Keir Starmer literally has rearranged the chairs on the Titanic. Today will go down. Today will go down as the beginning of the end of this Labour government, and thank goodness. So, mark the contrast between a Conservative Party that doesn't know what it is, a Labour Party in collapse, a country that has been let down by both of them, a country that is sinking fast, and we all know it, to our bitter regret. And mark and contrast that compared to what is happening in this hall today, what is happening in our movement. And we are where the energy is. We are where the optimism is. I hope you're having a great conference. Now, do you know what's coming at 8 o'clock? The entertainment at 8 o'clock. They've flown in from America. We've got the Jacksons at 8 o'clock. It's going to be a huge party this evening, joy and fun. I hope many of you stay, and I'll see a lot of you tomorrow. But I am not the final act of today. We have on after me a very famous international comedian who moonlights as a member of Parliament. I'll let David Bull. Hasn't David done a great job? And I will let David Bull introduce our final speech of the day. And can I just say and repeat what I said earlier, how proud I am to lead a movement like this. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is fair to say we have made waves today. We have upset the political establishment, and we have another day still to go. Now, so much breaking news I'm trying to keep across. Keir Starmer is panicking. Make no mistake, as Nigel said, this is Starmergeddon. The end of Keir Starmer. Now, this is not confirmed. It's not confirmed, but I am hearing rumours that Ed Miliband is about to be fired. Should he be fired? Would you like him to be fired? Well, finally this afternoon, I would like to introduce you to, as Nigel said, one of our greatest comedy acts. He is, of course, our straight-talking, no-nonsense Member of Parliament. He started his working life down a pit and has ended up in a palace. Let's see his story.
Yeah, some happy days here. I'm really happy. So that's it. That's all there is left of it. For 3 years, I had the pleasure of working with my dad in the pits, and a lot of lads I knew from school as well. Came here and followed the dads in the pit. And this is where 1,000 men worked. All factories now. Probably employs about 200 men as opposed to 1,000 men. It wasn't just me, it was lots of lads in this area that got up with their dads, went to a coal mine, did a shift, and we learnt the value of hard work. And when the pits went, we lost a lot of our community. We lost some of that work ethic which had been instilled in our families for generations and generations. But we can get that back. The hope is around the corner, and we're going to rescue this country, re-industrialise areas like this, Places like Scotland, places like Wales, you know, we've got a few years of pain to come with this awful Labour government. The Reform Rescue Party is marching over the hill. Give people and their families hope that there is a future for the children and their grandchildren. That's it, it's that simple. There is nothing wrong with us Brits being proud of our history, our heritage and our culture. This country has been a gift to the world. I always say that, a massive gift. And if it wasn't for this great country and our ancestors, this world would probably be 50, 60, maybe 100 years behind what it is now. And we've got to stop giving it away.
Friends, we can do this, but we can only do it if we stand strong. The establishment absolutely hate us. They want us gone, but we're going nowhere. The mainstream parties are scared of us, and so they should be, because we're coming for them at every single ballot box in the country. I want my country back. The question is, do you want your country back?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Reform UK's Chief Whip and the Member of Parliament for Ashfield, Lee Anderson.
What a great... Thank you, conference. As always, it is indeed a pleasure to stand here before the People's Army. And I know we got a few people thrown out a few minutes back. Imagine that, 55 quid to get thrown out. What a bunch of idiots. Jesus. Whew. It gets worse. David Lammy. It seems that all you've got to do to become the Deputy Prime Minister of this country is go on Mastermind and get every single question wrong. Jesus Christ. But you might not like this next bit. I've got to defend Angela Rayner. Because I've been told by a good friend of mine that she did actually get sound financial advice from her financial advisor, Diane Abbott. I want my country back. Do you want your country back? Well, you've come to the right place then. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming, because it has taken the hard work and sacrifice of millions of Brits throughout the centuries to make these small islands the greatest place in the world to live. It really has. But in just a few short years, useless, spineless career politicians have done their best to give much of that away. But have no fear, Reform are here, and we will punish them. We will punish them at every single ballot box in the country. I grew up at a time when we were proud. We were taught to be proud of our history, our heritage, our culture. We were not ashamed of who we were or where we came from. And we should never be ashamed of who we are. We are Great Britain. Never forget that. Conference, mass migration, rising payroll taxes, and increase in the welfare payments has put 1 million young British people on the dole in this country. It's an absolute disgrace. It is not acceptable. There's also another reason why so many young people are jobless. And it's a cultural one. Politicians have forced us from being a nation of strivers to a nation that allows people to stay at home all day, possibly watching, I don't know, mindless daytime TV. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if we had something good on television, something like the Jeremy Kyle show. But, I mean, quality TV that was, wasn't it? And what I want to know, Jeremy, is where's that lie detector machine? I want to borrow it next week and take it to Parliament for PMQs.
Keir Starmer would run a mile, wouldn't he, as soon as that was switched on. I grew up in the 1970s. I never dreamt of being a politician. I dreamt of being a footballer, a fighter pilot, or a famous pop star. I wanted to be Elvis. That's what I wanted to be. But every morning at 5 a.m., my dreams were shattered by my dad's alarm clock going off as he would get up and go to work. I would watch him through my bedroom window, walk into the pit, just a few hundred yards away. I could see the other men on the street meet up with my dad, and they'd follow him, and they'd spend a full day underground, toiling. And a few hours later, I would go to my local school with my friend, the Councillor Cox, who was in here somewhere. He's over there somewhere. He's up there. And I would sit with the other children in my class, and I knew that their dads were working with my dad underground, doing a shift underground. And that created a terrific bond between all of us in the village. And we were taught by some great teachers, some brilliant teachers, even male teachers in a junior school. Imagine that these days. These were men. Two of my teachers at my junior school had served in the Second World War. One had got a bullet wound on his leg, Mr. Swain. And we didn't have to call our teacher, well, we called our teachers Miss or Sir, and that was it. We didn't have to call them MX or any other pronoun. What a load of rubbish that is. I'll tell you what else we didn't have. We didn't have some 6'5" drag queen sat there reading fairy stories and confusing our children. Bloody weirdos. I tell you what, conference, if any of them weirdos had been lurking around my school, they'd have been carted off to the funny farm and put in a padded cell where they belong. Absolute nonsense. We had proper teachers who knew about our community, and they felt a sense of pride that they were teaching the children of miners and factory workers. And when my dad had done his shift down the pit, we would often see him in our garden, tending to his vegetables. We had a fully stocked garden with vegetables, and at the bottom we had some chickens, and they gave us the eggs in return for a few scraps we gave them every day. That was our food bank. My parents didn't ask for handouts, they didn't complain, they just played the hand that life had dealt them. At the dinner table, my mum and dad, they would talk about their day at work, and my sisters and I would listen. They would talk about the people they'd worked with and the jobs that they were doing. For me, as a child, it was fascinating. Because there's far too many young people these days who have never heard an alarm clock go off or sat around a dinner table listening to their parents talk about work. This may seem like a very small thing, but the impact on me was massive. It was the best education a young person could get outside of school. It taught me that parents get up early in the morning and they go to work to pay money, to pay the bills, to raise the family. And that's how it should be. If you're able-bodied, you should do your duty. You should go to work, do your bit for your family, your community, and your country. You know what? Back in the 70s, not working wasn't an option. I don't remember any men in my village not going to work. It would have been scorned upon. And the message from our parents all over our village was quite clear. When you leave school, you find a job or you find somewhere else to live. Simple as that. Now, that might sound a little bit harsh to some of the snowflakes of today, let me tell you, but it was a tough love that made sure we could fend for ourselves in the world, and it works, believe me. People didn't complain. It's true. People didn't complain about anxiety or stress or try and get diagnosed and get a sick note for 6 months with mental illnesses. They just went to work as their parents did before them. Hard work was in our DNA. Of course. Well, of course people had stress in their lives, but they just got on with it. And I'm sure my parents at some time would have had stress or anxiety, but they never gave up going to work and doing the right thing. And as my dad's alarm clock continued to ring every morning for years, it wasn't long before I was getting up with him to go to Sutton Colliery, and we'd do a shift together underground. And during my time in the pits, I learned some very valuable lessons from the men underground
they spoke their minds. They did not speak a politically correct language, and the only pronouns they addressed you with were four-letter ones, believe me. That's how it should be. These men were hard-working family men who loved their family, their community, and their country, and so we should, so we should. There was a strong bond between the men that worked down the pits. It was a working-class bond. These men were aspirational. They wanted their children to do better in life than they had had. And that's how you measure progress in our communities. But guess what? Most of us voted Labour. But why vote Labour when we have different values? Values like hard work, aspiration, and the love of our family, community, and country. I'll tell you why we voted Labour. It's because we was all in closed-shop unions and had a financial stake in the Labour Party. But nothing got better for us. It never got better. We were just useful idiots that bankrolled out-of-touch Labour politicians who forgot about us as soon as they got to Westminster. The Labour Party has always been the same. It's always been the same, the Labour Party. It only exists by keeping poor people poor and then blaming everybody else. Yeah. After years of working underground, I worked at our local Citizens Advice Bureau, where I saw real poverty and desperation firsthand. Desperate people caught up in the benefits trap. We would patch them up, sort out their debts, stop them from being evicted, get them extra benefits, etc. But this was not the solution. This was part of the problem, because just 10 years later, I was seeing the sons and daughters of these people who were coming to see us with exactly the same problems. As a nation, we were going backwards. Blair and Brown, they're to blame for all this mess, all this nonsense. I'll tell you why. They introduced the tax credit system, which in the following years has led to people being trapped on welfare. Overnight, the tax credit system allowed people to stop working full-time and just work 16 hours a week for the same wage. This led to a massive gap in our labour market, and Tony Blair had another bright idea, which was mass, uncontrolled migration to fill the job vacancies. So a generation later, we have 1 million Brits and their children, millions of Brits, should I say, and their children, who are trapped in the benefit system, a system that was meant to help them, not hinder. And it's not right that we squander billions on benefit payments to keep people at home. The best way out of poverty is through education, training, opportunities, and a bit of decent graft. Benefits should be a safety net, not a career option. Work, yes, true. Work should always pay more than benefits, which is why Reform UK will overhaul our benefit system and reward the workers, not the shirkers. Having some of that, aren't we? A Reform UK government led by Nigel Farage will re-industrialise the home of the Industrial Revolution. That's us. And I'll tell you what we will do. We'll get rid of that net zero nuisance, Ed Miliband, by scrapping net zero. He needs to go. We'll scrap the diversity roles and spend that money on frontline services, yes. And we will doge anything that requires taxpayers' money to function. And you know, who's sick of hearing about this £22 billion black hole? Anybody? I tell you what, I could pay that off in a day. I could sort that out in a day. Stop paying for David Lammy's flights and food. Ooh. That's the solicitor's letter in the morning from The Guardian or somewhere like I don't know. You couldn't make it up, could you? We will show our young people what made Britain great. We will remind our young people, our children, about the Industrial Revolution. We will let our young people know that they are the future of this great country and make sure they have the right education, training and opportunities to make a good life in this country. We don't want to see our brightest and best leave. What a waste. Reform UK will put in measures that will show our young people that this is the best place on earth to work, live and raise a family. "40 years after I first went underground with my dad, I stand here as the Reform UK Member of Parliament for Ashfield. There's no hiding place for me in Ashfield. I live there, and I have to be part of a party that delivers for our families and our communities and our country. I've been that person who is down to his last fiver. I know what it's like to work 7 days a week underground to keep a family. I know what it's like to borrow a few quid off my mum and dad because I can't get through the week. I know what it's like to struggle, which is why when I go in the Commons every single week, the Labour lot look at me with utter contempt. They dislike me. They know that I was the type of person that they were supposed to represent, but they didn't. They know that I will always stick up for my family, community and country, and they won't. Guys, it is a privilege to be born in this great country, and we must all repay that privilege by working hard and then passing our country on to the next generation and leave our country in a better state than when we arrived. That's our duty. Sadly, though, conference, at this moment we are failing. This government is a disgrace and they need booting out of office at the first opportunity. Every single one of them. My journey has taken me from the pit to Parliament, but on the way, I've worked with some proper people doing proper jobs. I've sat in that pit canteen listening to people's concerns. I've sat in my local pub listening to people's concerns. I walked down the streets and talked to real people. I've worked with the homeless and people stuck in poverty. And I know what they all want. They want their NHS to work. They want their schools to work. They want good housing. They want our roads fixing. They want criminals locked up. They want our borders to be secure. They want the police force to do its job. They want the armed forces to recruit the best people. I could go on and on and on about this, but basically, you know what they want. They want their country back. Thank you, conference.
Well, thank you very much indeed to Lee Anderson MP. That, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our action from the main stage. Now, don't forget, for those who have booked a ticket, the official after-party kicks off at 8 o'clock back here in the arena. As Nigel said, bring your dancing shoes and your spandex, as obviously we have the Jacksons performing live for you tonight. Tomorrow, another action-packed day with speeches from Sarah Pochin MP and, of course, the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice MP. If you could leave the auditorium quickly so we can turn it around to make sure tonight is a great success. Thank you very much for your attention and see you tomorrow.